I move
Yes,
we
the
dispense
honorable
with
Plato
the,
is recognized.
may I move that we dispense with the
Second.
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Next part is the acknowledgement of members and guests. The chair acknowledged the presence of the Honorable Alfelito Alfel Bascog, representing the 1st District, Province of Agusan del Sur, the Honorable Ricardo Cruz Jr., one of our Vice Chairperson, and representing the Lone District, NCR City of Taguig, the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, representing One Rider Party List, the Honorable Dan Fernandez, Chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, and representing the Lone District, City of Santa Rosa, Province of Laguna, the Honorable Salvador Plato, representing the 6th District, Province of Bulacan, the Honorable Siriaco Gato Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Health, representing the Lone District, Province of Batanes, and the Honorable Bernadette B.H. Herrera, one of our Deputy Minority Leaders, and representing Party List BH Bagong Generacion. COMSEC, please acknowledge the resource persons present this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members, and also to our guests in today's meeting. For today's meeting, Mr. Chair, we have the following resource persons present. From the Department of Transportation, we have Undersecretary Rainier Paul Yebra, Undersecretary Anneli Luntok, Assistant Secretary James Andres Melad, Assistant Secretary Jose Lim IV, Attorney Mark Arias, and Attorney Gluey Rose Aputen Makato. From the Land Transportation Office, we have Assistant Secretary Vigor Mendoza, Director Francis Ray Almora, Mr. Joseph Paul Pitilla, Mr. Claudio Bunsol Jr., Attorney Sarge Daphne Osita, Attorney Greg Pua, Mr. Edwin Lopez, Mr. Ronald Ayan Bilang, Ms. Luelia Mucha, Ms. Clarissa Oximer, Ms. Kathleen Salayog, and Mr. Richard Cortez. From the Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board, we have Chairman Chufilo Guadis. From the Department of Budget and Management, we have Mr. Jetro Boam Copino. From the Department of Trade and Industry, we have Ms. Lucilia Salili. From the Department of the Interior and Local Government, we have Attorney Ralph Ipurong. From the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we have Mr. Luis Paulo Makasangkay, Engineer Chadbert Aquino, Engineer Wayuna Rativo, and Ms. Joylan Babia. From the Department of Information and Communications Technology, we have Undersecretary David Almerol Jr., Ms. Ayajoy Minas, Ms. Delia Basada, and Ms. Jolina Cinco. From the Commission on Audit, we have Attorney Melissa San Miguel Salunga and Ms. Marvi Canasa. From Dermalog, we have Mr. Till Dunkel, Dr. David Klebs, Attorney Anthony Peralta, Attorney Chantal Supaler. From Stratcom, we have Mr. Anthony Kembao. From the Vehicle Inspection Operators Association of the Philippines, we have Mr. John Allison Uy. From the Private Emission Testing Center Owners Association, we have Mr. Bernardo Chang Jr. From Ani Kalikasan, we have Mr. Jun Evangelista. From the Philippine Society of from the Association of Accredited Driving School of the Philippines Incorporated, we have Ms. Marie France Gavino Ochoco and Mr. Carlo Garcia. And we also have Mr. Ari Lim from the National Public Transport Coalition. That's all for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, COMSEC. Before we proceed further, The chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Loreto Acharon, representing the Lone District, Gerald Santos City, and the Honorable Reynante Arrogancia, one of our Vice Chairperson representing the 3rd District, Province of Quezon. Next part of the agenda is the opening remarks of the Chairman. My staff prepared a very short welcome remarks pero pakakahabain ko na. A pleasant morning to everyone present today. The committee extends its gratitude to all who are in attendance for this hearing as we tackle and seek an update on the status of the LTMS issue, the PMVIC and PETC issues, and the license cards and vehicle plate shortage issue. Quoting Albert Einstein, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I would like to repeat that. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. For this morning, the Committee of Transportation will be tackling several issues critically related to the LTO and its services and the services it is entrusted to provide. Specifically, the privilege and duties of having a driver's license and the rights and responsibilities that go with it in owning a vehicle. Across several congresses and after several hearings for this current one, the same issues and problems are repeatedly mentioned and the same proposed plans and solutions are stated, yet here we are again facing almost the same issues as before. To this I asked, are we seriously expecting a different result, even as we end up repeating what was already done? Earlier, we moved to approve the upgrading of another LTO district office, and to date, this committee has approved the creation of upgrade of such for a total of 54 times. Many of these bills are currently pending with the Committee on Appropriations. The chairman highlights this because the next yet all too familiar issues we'll be discussing involve services intricate to the DOTR and the LTO. These are the issues involving the LTMS, the license cards and vehicle plate shortage, and that of the PETC and PMVIC. For the information of the public and to provide some context on this, the LTMS is a one-stop online shop that was created and managed by the LTO and was rolled out in 2020. It intended to integrate all LTO services into a single contactless database system and digital platform, as it strove to continue delivering its services nationwide and offering direct LTO access 24/7. According to the LTO portal, it was designed to bring LTO services closer to the people as it hopes to improve its service delivery for all motoring regulatory services and processes with the reduction of physical contact and enhanced accessibility. 4 years since its launch and several hearings conducted by this committee on the matter, numerous complaints continue to plague the LTMS. The more notable concerns of these are, is the LTMS already 100% operational at this point, and who is tasked to oversee its operations and maintenance? If the LTMS continues to have problems in its operations even after government has already paid in full, can we not pursue the contracted companies for violations and penalties as stated in the agreement? What gaps remain and why do these remain unresolved to this day, 4 years since its launch, and more than a year after the COVID-19 pandemic. Another prickly issue related to the LTMS is the current status of Dermalog and Stratcom. In the previous hearings, the committee has ruled that Stratcom migrate its database to the government. Has this data migration been completed by Stratcom? And has Dermalog been able to utilize this database to improve on its capacity to deliver the services it is supposed to provide? May this committee be briefed on the present status of these two service providers? On the PMVIC and PATC issue, the Philippine Emission Testing Centers and the Philippine Motor Vehicle Inspection Centers, the DOTR and LTO has been steadfast in transitioning from the PETCs to the PMVICs as one of several requirements for vehicle registration, stating that the PMVIC provides a more comprehensive test when it comes to the roadworthiness of a vehicle, while including the service that was provided by the PETCs. The Senate, during the height of the pandemic in 2021, raised several issues on the PMVICs, and these include concerns on the following, like pricing, the impracticality of utilizing PMVICs given its accessibility in many areas, and the selection process in awarding these centers. The committee seeks some clarity on these concerns, as well as how the DOTR-LTO plans to address the shortage of PMVIC service providers, given that the PETCs across the country have decreased in number, given the non-renewal of their permits to operate. Lastly, there is the issue on the shortage of license cards and vehicle plates, which was the topic of one of the first hearings this committee tackled back in 2022. This shortage was supposed to be addressed and resolved by the middle part of 2023, as stated by LTO officials, yet it actually required a stretch of rational thought that this would even be remotely probable. In recent weeks, there was even a report that a donation for some 4 million driver's license cards was worth around 160 million pesos. On the surface, this donation seemed to be a godsend of a solution to the shortage woes, yet it was turned down by the DOTR-LTO. It even further resulted in the crafting of guidelines for the department and agencies concerning donations to it. The committee would like to be updated on what the department or agency has been doing to address this development. Likewise, may the members of the committee be given an update on the continuing shortage of both license cards and vehicle plates. Again, a pleasant good morning. It is my prayer that the committee will be provided with pinpointed updates on these issues and present to the committee members wizened and novel solutions to the challenges faced by the DOTR and the LTO with regards to these issues. Let's proceed to the first agenda, the deliberation House Bill number 9804, grading of LTO office in City of Batac, Province of Ilocos Norte.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, the Honorable Cruz is recognized.
on behalf of the author of House Bill 9804, the Honorable Angelo Marcos Barba, I move to consider the explanatory sponsorship speech of the said measure. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. May we ask the LTO for their comments? insofar as this House bill is concerned?
Mr. Chairman, we support this House bill because it will serve the targeted population in the area, which is around 328,000. There are around 48,000 motor vehicles registered in the Batak area. So the creation and the upgrading of this office would really serve public interest, Your Honor. So we support this bill, Your Honor.
BOTR, do you have any objections to this?
We have no objection, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
DBM, can we hear your comments on insofar as House Bill number 9804 is concerned?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. We defer to the position of the LTO and the DOTR as to the upgrading of the existing LTO office in the city of Batak. As to the funding requirements of the upgrading, should the bill prosper, in the FY 2024 GAA, LTO Region 1 has been provided 134.8 million. Now, if the additional requirements will not be able, if their existing allotment will not be able to accommodate their additional requirements, there are other existing fund sources that can be tapped to be able to provide further additional needs, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
May I know your actual stand on this?
We interpose no objection, Mr. Chair.
Yun po yung gusto namin marinig.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed further, the chair would allow the presence of the Honorable Jose Alvarez, representing the 2nd District, Province of Palawan, the Honorable Rodante Marcoleta, representing Party List Sagip, and the Honorable Bonifacio Busita, representing One Rider Party List. Magandang umaga po sa inyo. After hearing the comments supporting House Bill number 9804 from the OTR, LTO, and DBM, would any member move for the approval of House Bill number 9804?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, the Honorable Gato is recognized.
after hearing the comments from our resource speakers, concerns resource speakers, I move that House Bill number 9804 be approved. So
Second.
moved.
There's a motion for the approval of House Bill number 9804, duly seconded. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Now, let's go to the next part of the agenda, the update or briefing of the DOTR, LTO. On first, let's go to the Land Transportation Management System, the update on distribution of license plates and cards, and utilization of budget for license plates and cards for 2023 and 2024, and the update on the operation of private emission testing centers and the private motor vehicle inspection centers. Would yung DOTR ba, may presentation kayo?
LTO has prepared
Lahat
the conditions,
LTO
Mr.
na
Chair.
mag-represent dito sa tatlong issues na ito.
Except for, Mr. Chair, except for the PNVIC PTC. But we have a presentation, Mr. Chair, for the licenses, the plates, and the LTMS.
So, sino ang mag-represent ng update for item number 3?
For number 3, Mr. Chair, DOTR has prepared the report for the statistical data, Mr. Chair, for your.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed, ASEC Mendoza.
With the chair's permission, I would like to, if I may, call in our Chief of Administration who will present on the status of our license plates and driver's license. And then after her, Mr. Chair, our Chief of MID will present the status of our LTMS, if with your approval, Mr. Chair.
Your assistant is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I am Luella Mutia, presently the head of Administrative Division of LTO Central Office. On the status of license, supply, and distribution, the LTO was able to procure in calendar year 2023 a total of 5,220,000 pieces of cards with an approved budget of 240,120,000. Prior to court injunction, the supplier was able to deliver 2 million pieces of cards. So as of now, there's still a deliverable of 3,220,000. Out of that 2 million, 1.7 million was issued and printed by the LTO nationwide, 1.74 million. And our on-hand na po as of February 14 is 137,945. Currently, the backlog as of February 14 is 3 million. And as of February 16 po, 3,200,000 na po. And still counting po. Sir, on the actions the LTO plan to address on our backlogs, the LTO was proposed to undertake an agency-to-agency alternative method of procurement with a total approved budget of 284,180,000 for 6,500,000 cards po. Now, all the documents were already forwarded to the DOTR for approval, and after 2 weeks of back approval, the MOA will take place. The MOA signing will take place. We have already submitted requests for quotations to 3 recognized government printers, namely the National Printing Office, the APO Production Unit, and the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. The first 2 were able to submit their bid offer, while the Bangko Sentral submitted a letter of regret to participate, as production capacity is dedicated only to banknotes and judicial title forms. Now, for the 6.5 million po, hopefully, ma-address na po, ma-aprubahan po. Yun lang po prayer ng LTO. Now, for the timeline of the agency-to-agency procurement, after 2 weeks of back approval, the MOA signing will take place, and after that 2 weeks, first batch of delivery of license cards for a total of 500 pieces is expected. Yes, sir. And then, as soon as we receive the supplies, we will give card sample to the DOST for testing. Soon as the testing is done, we will issue the cards nationwide na po. Every month thereafter, 1 million will be expected to be delivered by the winning bidder po. Now, second action of the LTO to address the backlog, the OSG filed a TRO for the injunction to pave way for the release of 3.2 million cards na undelivered pa po as of now. This will resolve the problem of our current backlog of 3 million plus. And if the injunction is, TRO on the injunction is denied. The agency, sir, will request for additional budget, sir, amounting to 132 million po. To cover the 3 million plus backlog po. Thank you so much po.
Nasik,
Mr. Chairman.
sino ang magpa-file ng injunction?
The losing bidder in the bidding, Your Honor, all cards printing, filed a petition before the regional trial court seeking.
We know that, pero
Opo.
yung briefing ng iyong assistant kasi hindi ko maintindihan kung ano
Opo.
yung sinasabi niya na injunction Kung
Opo.
sino magfa-file.
May injunction po na issue regional trial court. The OSG po appealed po before the Court of Appeals. And part of the prayer is a motion for issuance of a TRO and preliminary injunction to stop the order of the regional trial court.
Okay. So very clear. The injunction is to stop or ask the regional trial court not to enforce yung TRO na in-issue nila.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That's clear enough. Please proceed.
We'll proceed now, Mr. Chairman, on the plate production. I will ask our property chief to report, if I may, Your Honor, on the issue of the plate supply.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, you're recognized, ma'am.
On the status of plate supply and distribution, this is as of February. I'm Teresa Ogsimer, OIC of the Property Section, LTOs. On the status of plate supply and distribution, on the current supplier of the LTO is Trojan Tonez Philippines Inc. As of February 14, the total delivered plates of the supplier is for the MC, it's 5,514,300 pieces. For the motor vehicle blank plates, it's 2,769,760 pieces. And for the motor vehicle yellow plates, 60,000 pieces. As of February 14, the balance to be delivered by the supplier for the motorcycle blank plates, it's 5,989,330 pieces. For the motor vehicle blank plates, it's 1,707,240. And for the motor vehicle yellow plates, it's already delivered all the quantity. No, sir. The timeline, sir, for the delivery of the blank plates as per delivery schedule. For the balance of 5,989,330 for the motorcycle plates, the last delivery will be on November 4, 2024. That is 1 million pieces every 45 days. And the motor vehicle plates, it's the balance of 1,707,240. It will be delivered by September 2024 or 420,840 pieces every 45 days. On the status of the plate supply and the backlog for motor vehicle and motorcycle plates. For motorcycle plates, as of August 31, 2023, before the delivery of the supplier, the backlog for the motorcycle plates is 10,448,288 pieces, which the LTO has produced since September 2023 up to present. It's 1,292,921 pieces. The balance for the motorcycle as of Feb 15 is 9,115,367 pieces. For the motor vehicle plates, the backlog for as of August 31 is 3,598,066 pieces, which the LTO has produced 204,524 pieces, which leaves a balance of 3,393,542 pieces. Our cleared backlog as of September is 1,537 pieces, 1,537,445 pieces, and the remaining backlog is 12,508,909. Actions to address the backlogs in vehicle plates. As of now, sir, the plate making plant has the capacity of 28,000 pieces per day, utilizing the 8 out of the 9 manual machines, which the 1 machine was reserved. The 2 robots are scheduled for maintenance and will be online by April of 2024. And we just finished, sir, the maintenance of all the embossing machines and the upgrade of the order management system last January 2024. And then we plan to build up plant capability for local software maintenance of the robots and the machines. This will increase the plant capacity from 28,000 to 38,000 plates per day. However, the plate will be able to completely finish the backlog at this rate by third quarter of 2025. 2025, sir. Yes. Third quarter, sir. Yes, sir. Our recommendation to address the backlogs in the vehicle plates. To accelerate production, LTO will shift to a 24-hour operation. The plant will operate on a 3-shift model. The overall capacity will increase from 38,000 to 48,600 plates per day, or a 27.9% increase in plant productivity. This shift will enable the agency to complete the production of the entire backlog before the end of second quarter of 2025. We plan also to train local personnel to maintain robots and embossing machines and fast-track the procurement of maintenance services to ensure continuous operation. Given a 24-hour plant production operation, the agency can produce 3.7 million or 29.7% of the total backlog plates by mid-2024 and 8.8 million or 70.7% of the backlog plates by the end of 2024. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just to highlight, sa motorcycle plates, Chair, we have a backlog of over 9 million plates. For motor vehicles, the backlog represents replacements of the green plates, the old green plates to the new ones. But as far as current usage is concerned, we do not have any backlog anymore as far as motor vehicles is concerned, Your Honor. Just to clarify.
Noted. Who will give the update on the LTMS?
May I call on Mr. Chair, our Chief of MID, Management Information, Mr. Joseph Petilla.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and the members. My name is Joseph Petilla. I am currently the acting chief of the MID of the LTO.
Kailan ka naupo?
September last year.
September last year.
Yes, sir.
Acting ka pa rin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
As a brief history of the automation of the LTO, I would like to present. In 2003, the LTO started with a concession agreement with the Stratcom for 10 years. And then the concession with Stratcom ended in 2013. And then after that, the LTMS came in. The procurement for LTMS was done in January of 2018. And then the notice to proceed was also in 2018. But then in 2019, due to an amendment extension order, the delivery was delayed. And the final acceptance for the LTMS was done in December of 2021. For the current update of the LTMS as of 2024, the core application has already been paid, and including the data center for under the contractual obligation. Right now, the utilization of the LTMS is 97%, and the goal for this year is to make it 100% utilization. For 97%, because of the transactions that still can be done in the LTMS, which is enumerated po. And then for the as far as payment is concerned, next slide please. Milestones 1 to 13 has already been paid, and for the gensets it's already been paid, and support and maintenance up to year 3, and year 4 is partially paid. The genset po is fully paid since started in 2019 up to 2022. And for software and core application maintenance, it's 2021 up to 2025. It's already paid 676 million, sorry, 139,203 and 0.59. And for data center maintenance, since 2019, the LTO, the government has already paid 283,933,074 pesos and 84 centavos. The total contract price of 3,146,991,996.37. Total payments made is already 2,549,099,457 and 34 centavos. Okay. For the appreciation of the body, we'd just like to present the difference between the previous IT provider and the present provider. Next slide, please. In the previous IT provider of the LTO, which is Stratcom Corporation, it was under a BOO law, so no expense was spent by the government. So if you would look at the slide, zero expense for the government, except for the fees by the public in terms of an IT fee collected by Stratcom. And for LTMS, presented on the board is the expenditure of the government. For IT salary, it's 300 million. Customer support, 120 million. support and maintenance, 189 million. And for the hardware purchase, it's 2.7 billion. And for our internet access, it's 224 million a year. And for our online transactions, the fee being paid by the public is 60 pesos as convenience fee, and gross value called 2.25 the total fee, transaction fee. And for the next slide, please. And for the unbundled fees and charges, this is actually between the IT provider and their clients, the PETCs, the PMBICs, the driving schools, and the medical centers. So what we will present here is just an estimate in the uploading fee of these IT providers for medical clinics, driving school, and PETs and MBICs. It ranges from between 50 pesos and 80 pesos per uploads. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, LTO. Now we go to the update on the operations of PETCs and PMBICs.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, may we please ask Director Mark Reyes of the DOTR to present these updates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For PETC, we have 559 active PETCs from January up to the present. 559.
All over the country.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. And for the same period, we revoked 68 PETCs for violations committed. We fined 11 PETCs, and we also fined and revoked 2 PETCs. And for the same period, we issued a total of 120 show cause orders. For PMVICs, Mr. Chair, there were a total of 138 slots opened under Phase 1. And under Phase 2, a total of 206 slots were opened. So far, there are a total of 105 active PMVIC under Phase 1 and 7 PMVIC under Phase 2. And out of these applications, a total of 112 authority to operate were issued for both Phase 1 and Phase 2, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
For all those who conducted the updates and briefing, please submit to this committee a copy of what you have stated in this committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply.
How about LTO?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply.
Thank you. Since we have already a list of interpellators and the updates have been finished, we now go to the interpellation proper, the open forum. The first crack will be given to the minority. The Honorable B.H. Herrera is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for scheduling this hearing again. Pag-summarize lang din natin, Mr. Chair. Number one, is it true, is it correct that Stratcom already has turned over the data to the ICT or to LTO through you, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Stratcom has been turning over to LTO on a periodic basis, Mr. Chair, the data, the current data.
Asek, the question is, has Stratcom completely transferred the data? Kasi ako naman nag-preside nung mga hearing na yun eh. And that issue has been pestering us since I became the chairman of this committee. So sagot lang po yung katanungan ni BH Herrera.
Mr. Chair, it's not yet complete. It's not yet complete, Mr. Chair. It's not current.
So, Mr. Chair, is it not yet complete because there are ongoing transactions? Or yung past transactions ba na turnover na? It's just that yung regular transactions na incurring ang hindi pa?
The turnover data, Mr. Chair, is as of December 2022. They will have to turn over the 2023 data to us, Mr. Chair.
May I know, Mr. Chair, from Stratcom, what's the delay? Ano pong delay kung ba't hindi pa rin complete until now yung turnover ng data?
Your Honor, I'm Anthony from Stratcom. We stand firm in our humble conviction that there has not been a delay.
Sandali lang, Iho. Have you been recognized?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
So do not speak if you are not yet recognized.
Yes. Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Your Honor, sino po ba ang gusto niyong tanong?
Stratcom, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, we've always faithfully responded and replied to all the requests of all LTO administrations, past and present. We have given the database 10 times from 2019 until last June 2023. When we gave it the first time, we thought it was the first and last. When we gave it the second time, we thought it was the second and last. Apparently, it has always not been enough, according to our respectful friends from Dermalog. They've always said that they needed something more, which is also confusing for us, given the audit observation memos of 2022 pertaining to year 2021, some of which were uploaded and made available online to the general public, such that including but not limited to payments for the complete and successful data migration way back in late 2020 and early 2021, before which we had given it 4 times, after which we gave it another 6 times. So for us to be told repeatedly by Dermalog and or by others, saying that we have not given it, we really do not know what more they want, what more they need. If they could not upload it successfully the first time in Feb 2019, and then they're succeeding 9 times. Sa Tagalog po, ano pa bang...
Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt. Yeah, I think nagkaroon na tayo ng resolve dito sa problem na to. That's why we involved the ICT. So I guess, Mr. Chair, the best person to ask is the ICT na lang. Kasi kung sinasabi ng LTO, ang kulang na lang, ang turnover of the data is as of December 2022. So, saan nanggagaling yun? If it was the LTO who answered that, may I know from the ICT, Mr. Chair, through you, ano na ba yung totoong update? Is Stratcom already complete, as they stated, in the turnover of data, Mr. Chair?
Kindly put off your mic, Straso. The ICT, are you here?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Yusek David here.
Yusek, can you answer the query of the Honorable Herrera?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So,
Please.
to the Mr. Chair. So, June of 2023, we received a letter from LTO asking our assistance. And we conducted several workshops together with Dermalog and Stratcom because we discovered that they're not actually talking to each other for the longest time. In fact, part of our assessment that time during the first meeting, I asked them when was the last time they were able to really, meet. And they told me that that is the first time. That's June 2023. So we're able to talk to them and analyze the situation, why Stratcom cannot turn over, what's the reason, why Dermalog cannot also take over the data. So basically, we discovered it's a chicken and egg module, Mr. Chair. So we're able to make them agree. And we sat down several times with them. We were able to conduct multiple steps, how they're gonna do the transfer process. So they agreed. So both parties agreed to, for the first time, to collaborate, Mr. Chair. And Stratcom also promised to give the data. And there was also an agreement, Mr. Chair, that they will be using the ICT, okay, to transfer the data first so that we're able to check, Mr. Chair, before transmitting to Dermalog. But to our surprise, Mr. Chair, the Stratcom transmitted the data to Dermalog with a hardware. We don't know already what happened, Mr. Chair. So if the ICT was involved on that particular transfer, we're able to somehow verify. In fact, Mr. Chair, there was a very good engagement that time when we were included in the process. Part of that letter is actually system assessment, Mr. Chair, just to I'll give you a little bit of background. So we're able to take a look at the system of Dermalog, and we're able to see the process why they still need the Stratcom during the process, and they're using two systems. So example, for motor vehicle, they have to see first in the system of Stratcom before they can process in the Dermalog system. So we're able to put that in our report, which I believe we will submit to you also our findings, Mr. Chair. But they're able to agree, Mr. Chair, that time to collaborate. But since the data was transferred to them already, and there was a claim that the data was already transferred 100% and were not involved, so that time, Mr. Chair, we stopped the assessment and the assistance, Mr. Chair, because we're not involved anymore, Mr. Chair. So that's the history of the situation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you,
I may
Yosek. Yes,
Thank
you
you.
still have the floor.
Thank you. Siguro, ASEC Vigor na lang, ASEC. Saan ba nanggaling na noong 2022 yung last? Kasi sinasabi ng Stratcom, they have turned over everything. So, bakit sinasabi ng LTO na hindi?
Mr. Chair, I just verified with our MID chief, and I understand that the turnover is done semi-annually. But as far as our data shows, the last turnover is as far as the end of December 2022. So we still have not received the June 2023 at the end of 2023, Mr. Chairman.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Herrera, there was an item sa Philippine Daily Inquirer dated 8 February 2024. Di po ba? At doon pinuna yung LTO. One, doon sa isa sa pinuna nila is the LTO has done nothing about the continued failure of the previous IT provider to turn over its updated database. Do you know that?
I've read it, Your Honor.
Yes. As a matter of fact, you gave me an answer to this.
Yes.
And you stated in your answer that the allegation is false. Yes? And your answer was the previous IT provider has turned over 100% of the legacy data. Yun po ang sagot po ninyo dito sa committee na ito. So, kanina sabi mo hindi pa nakukumpleto. Pero yung sagot mo sa akin dito is 100% na. Could you explain that?
Your Honor, the legacy data, as also explained to me, is the historical data of Stratcom that it has held with it after the time it started. What we're talking about here now is the current data that that Stratcom is supposed to turn over from time to time, Your Honor.
Are you trying to tell me that yung Dermalog system is not able to capture this data?
As far as those transactions, Mr.
Hindi,
Chair,
sagutin mo muna yung tanong ko by yes or no.
no,
Hindi
Your
ko
Honor.
hinihiling yung explanation mo eh.
No, Your Honor, since it was transacted under the LTO IT system, the Stratcom system, it cannot be captured under the Dermalog system, Your Honor.
Now, it begs the question, bakit yan ang kinuha natin ng sistema?
Your Honor,
If it cannot do the job.
Your Honor, if I may, there are design flaws that was also recognized in a COA ITAW report, that there were functionalities that were already being done by LTO at the time, but it was not included in the terms of reference for which Dermalog should do. So that's why we have this problem now of data transfer. hindi ho nasama dun sa terms of reference, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Please
Thank you,
continue,
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Herrera.
So para malinaw, historical na turnover na lahat ni Stratcom. We have no problems with that. What we have a problem with is the current transaction because hindi 100% LTMS tayo. We are still using Stratcom in some areas that cannot be addressed by Dermalog because of some flaws na hindi kasama sa TOR. Tama, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, is it true that sabi naman si Dermalog has not transferred also data to LTO? May I know, through you, Mr. Chair, si Dermalog ba updated sa turnover ng data naman with LTO or the ICT for that matter?
Mr. Chair, the data is still with Dermalog. It's not yet with us.
Ano ang usapan doon? Kasi ayoko nang magkaroon ng issue na hanggang maaga pa lang gusto ko lahat ng data naka-turnover na lahat sa atin eh. Why is it, Dermalog is here, why is it that Dermalog also hasn't turned over their data to LTO? I think we have to make that clear that every time, turnover sila ng turnover, whether it's LTO IT system, whether it's Dermalog, LTMS, every time, dapat in real time, hindi ba pwedeng na itatransfer lahat sa LTO ang data, Mr. Chair?
We have requested this numerous times, Mr. Chair, from Dermalog. I think there is a issue in the contractual state provision as when the turnover should be made. And this is now before the Department of Justice for its legal opinion, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may we hear from Dermalog? Because ako, I'd like to appeal from Dermalog. Bayad naman na rin tayo. I don't think pag-aari yung the data is owned by the country, LTO, because we only use the LTMS, but we paid for it. Hence, the data should be owned by the country. And I don't think it's right to hold it hostage because of some contract or some fine print in the contract that states that the data is owned by Dermalog until and after. But I don't think, Mr. Chair, may I know from Dermalog the reason why it's not being turned over?
Dermalog, you're recognized to answer the query of the Honorable Herrera.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We recognize that the data belongs to LTO, but under our contract, it is not until the system is completely turned over to LTO that the database will be completely turned over also to LTO. This is because it is part of the it is part of the system that will be turned over to LTO after the maintenance period has been completed.
So, Mr. Chair, again, we are entering into agreements that is detrimental to our country. So let's just put that on record and nandito ang DOTR, LTO, can you please refrain from doing these things because it affects the efficiency of the operations of our country. But the German embassy is here. Maybe through you, Dr. David, you can also help us because if you recall, Dermalog, through you, Mr. Chair, we've helped you ask Stratcom to turn over. So maybe we can also ask you to turn over that data. Since we've paid significantly already, maybe there's something that we could do between Dermalog and then LTO. Maybe we can reach an agreement through you, Mr. Chair, in this committee. In the same way that we asked Stratcom to turn over, maybe ask Dermalog also to turn over its data. We know that there's a contract, but maybe just like what we did with Stratcom, maybe we can also request and from Dermalog to do the same thing. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? Okay. Good morning. Magandang umaga. I would like to answer the question. The data, of course, it's the data of the Philippine people and it belongs to the Philippine people and it's owned by the Philippine people. And the system, the LTMS system, is owned by the Philippine government. We are talking here just, there cannot be a turnover because it is already with LTO, the data. So what you're talking about is the source code or something like this. And this access is really, as long as we have to and we love to maintain the system, it should be in one hand. We're talking about this because it should not be compromised. It should not be taken over by different people accessing the old system, and then everyone is finger pointing who did something wrong. I also want to answer a question, or that there are design flaws. We are at 97% usage of LTMS at the moment. And just to give this or put this in a perspective, we have 30,000 driver licenses issued per day, amounting to 28 million in total. We have around 70 to 80,000 car registrations per day. So we have around 100,000 to 110,000 cash transactions per day done in LTMS. We have 31 million online users of the LTMS that have access to their account, that profit from the digital driver's license, which is unique maybe in the world. We have around, I think, 300,000 car dealers connected. 430 something LTO offices connected, 40,000 workstations. So we are not talking, it always appears like the LTMS is like the problem child of the family. I think it's not. I think it's the solution to the family. And with the full usage, we would not sit here and talk about this again and again and again. And I totally agree with your opening remarks. What we are talking about, yes, there was a turnover. The data is as of December 2022. Unfortunately, because of something, some offices continued using the old system. So there is a gap again. Once this gap, it can only be closed when the system is 100% LTMS. And this is my hope to achieve the soonest with the help of course, the ISEC Mendoza, but also with the help of the House of Representatives and the Committee of Transportation.
Chair, if I may continue. Reading this, yes, the database is with LTO, but you don't have access to it. But according to the contract, you should give them an access. It says here, the solutions provider shall have the use and be given access to the database for the sole and exclusive purpose of customizing, developing, installing, providing, and operating the new LTO ICT system. So yes, it's owned by you, right? I mean, you haven't turned it over completely. The database is there, but you should also give them access. Right now, LTO has no access. So like, I'll give you an example. The ICT was given instructions to do the online driver's license, but they cannot do it because they don't have an API. The API has to come from LTO, but LTO has no access to it unless Dermalog gives it. So right now, we cannot do anything. We don't have driver's license because there's a TRO with the courts. We want to do the online driver's license, but we could not do that also because there's no API that can be used for it. So all we are asking from Dermalog is to please follow what's written in the contract to give LTO access to the database. We're not asking for your source code. We just need an access so that we can do some customization. Because, Mr. Chair, if you read the transactions that cannot be made in the LTMS, I don't know why it wasn't discussed earlier, but I saw in the paper, there are certain transactions that cannot be done with the LTMS, which we know is because it's not part of your original TOR. But that's already on the table. There's already a problem with the TOR. It's not being addressed by the LTMS. So LTO has to address it somehow, Mr. Chair. And to do that, we need access to the data so that we could also customize, which is part of our agreement. Certain things that are not part of the LTMS has to be customized by LTO. And to do that, we need that access to the database. So that, like, for example lang, the driver's license online can now be transacted by the ICT and LTO. So, Mr. Chair, I don't know what we can do here in this committee, but we need also this access. There are several transactions that need to be issued an API so that we could do some transactions that are limited because it wasn't in the contract of Dermalog. There are certain transactions or there are certain things that cannot be implemented by LTMS because it's not part of the original contract. Pero nandun na tayo, Mr. Chair, hindi na natin magagawa ng paraan yung original agreement na yon. But LTO can do something about it by customizing it. Ang gusto lang naman po namin, Dr. David and Dermalog, is to move forward because we want to make use of LTMS. We want to make use of the data that was given by Stratcom so that we can all move forward. So, I don't know, Mr. Chair, what we can do about this, but I'm just putting this on the table so that our committee can address this somehow.
Are you asking me that question, Your Honor?
Mr. Chair, ano bang pwede natin gawin?
Wala. Matitigas ang ulo nila eh.
Pero Mr. Chair, nagsasuffer po yung publiko.
I know.
Mr. Chair, may I be
Kaya
recognized?
nga yung quote ko ni Juan ni Einstein, even the German representative agreed with me. We've been doing this all over again and again since I became the chairman of this committee. Sa totoo lang.
Mr. Chair, am I allowed to answer?
I'm not asking you the question. Did I ask the question?
The rhetorical question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as much as I don't like to disagree, there is no transaction that cannot be done in LTMS at the moment. The digital driver license is already present in the system itself. So I totally understand where Honorable Herrera comes from. But in the same moment, I have to disagree because there is no more transaction that cannot be made. And one assumption that was in the presentation earlier, the LTMS is free of charge for every user. The fees collected are from third parties that are connecting. The LTMS is free for the public. It saves the public around 5 billion pesos per year. And I think this is remarkable to know and good to know. And I would love to sit together with Honorable Bernadette Herrera to discuss what is this missing transactions and also what kind of access is needed, because when we talk about access...
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. If you just look at the presentation made by LTO, I want to have answers to this because it says here, these are transactions that cannot be made in LTMS. Merong for motor vehicles, may for motorcycle registration, for driver's license, and for LES. Ano ba yung LES? Law enforcement. So these are enumerated here. So Mr. Chair, siguro for next hearing kung meron ka pa or kahit isulat na lang po sa committee para sagutin po ni Dermalog, ano po bang ibig sabihin nitong transactions that cannot be made in LTMS as reported by LTO, but LTMS or Dermalog is now stating that no, everything can be done by LTMS. But Mr. Chair, again, I'd like to put forward this question. Remember before, when it was still...
your last question, Your Honor.
Dami ko pa. When it was still ASEC JR, they wanted the dealers to log on to the Dermalog system or the LTMS, but you couldn't give them access to it once again. So we don't have time. I have limited time. So please, may I ask Dermalog to answer this. Why is it that LTO is saying that transactions cannot be made with LTMS? But the bottom line, Mr. Chair, I would like to request Dermalog to give APIs and access to the data to LTO, Mr. Chair. I move that if that's possible, Mr. Chair, I move that we request Dermalog to give access to LTO to our database, especially to give APIs to certain transactions that's very much needed.
Are you trying to tell me, Your Honor, that LTO does not have any access
Yes, Mr. Chair.
insofar as the operations of Dermalog are concerned?
Mr.
Is that true?
Mr. Chair, am I recognized? It's not true. LTO has access to all major transactions. They have access through the whole system. They are administrating the systems. They are the one who can give access to the people. They are the one who can change data through certain tools. What we are talking about APIs for third parties to connect to the LTMS. And this is something that we have to discuss and find out how we can solve this.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, I was
Yes.
supposed to ask you to comment also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have in fact sat down with Dermalog. Moving forward, we have identified around 130 items, change orders that need to be made or variation orders in order to fully complete the functionalities of LTMS to make it responsive to the needs of LTO. We have already, I think in fairness to Dermalog, they've already done around 70 of these 130 variation orders. We still have to work out the next 60 variation orders. This would complete the system, Mr. Chair. This would make LTMS fully functional 100%. But the top of the list is very important to us, Mr. Chair. MVUC, Motor Vehicle Users Charge. This has been a report to us from all regions that because of certain, I'm not sure what you call it, Mr. Chair, the LTMS could not compute accurately the motor vehicles user charge of certain vehicle transactions. And I've discussed this already with Dermalog, Mr. Chair, so that if it's necessary to put some manual intervention in the interim while we fix up the automated version of the MVUC collection. So meron po kaming ganyan mga interim solutions and final solutions. But we already have identified what else needs to be done, Mr. Chair. But as to the API, Mr. Chair, this is so important to us because we have to open up the system. Otherwise, it will create monopolistic tendencies. For instance, Mr. Chair, our payment platform, online payment platform, it's only being done, Mr. Chair, by a single entity. What we'd like to do is open it up so that other participants can come in, the price can go down, and that the users, online users, can now choose the best payment platform best for their use. But right now, without those APIs, not just for the payment platform, we have other services ancillary to LTO's functions that need to be opened up to other services, Mr. Chair, so that it's not limited only to a few, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we proceed, please allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable Ambrosio Cruz Jr., representing the 5th District, Province of Bulacan. Jose Calmerol, you were raising your hand a while ago. You're
Yes, Mr.
recognized.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. October 13, 2023, when LTO asked our assistants to assist to make LTMS work well. So our job, Mr. Chair, is to make sure that, as mentioned by Mr. Teal, that if the LTMS will run perfectly, I think we don't have problem anymore. But we tried to somehow assist that time, Mr. Chair, as asked by LTO. We even received multiple letters from LTO, not only to conduct assessment, but to literally assist technically. Because during the meeting, both Stradcom and Dermalog, their claim was the reason why they cannot turn over to LTO because LTO don't have technical muscle. They don't have technical expertise. And that is also their claim. That's why DICT was involved that time, Mr. Chair. So during our meeting, together with the Stradcom and Dermalog, they were able to agree both that DICT can be used as their technical expertise arm, okay, to make this happen. And we conducted, we provided also the committee about our findings that time, and this is to really help Dermalog to implement LTM as well. And the biggest problem is we found out that a lot of so-called change requests in LTO. And as a technical guy myself, if LTO has the access of the data, they don't need any more actually to have change request because LTO can do that themselves. Okay, so that's the problem. Okay, so the biggest problem is a chicken and egg because if there's no access of the data, LTO itself cannot help innovate. So meaning LTO will be still asking Dermalog to do all of these change requests. So unfortunately, Mr. Chair, when we're not able to assist technically already because that time we stopped the technical working group meetings already around November last year. In my own opinion, Mr. Chair, with all of these findings that we're able to see, example, 70 developments, there are 48 major missing system, minor of 12, others are 10. We can give you the copy, Mr. Chair, when we're able to investigate around 100, I think 160 something. The motor vehicle registration and inspection system, we found some critical issues, including the law enforcement traffic administration system. We found around 20 of them. For the executive information, we found like 2. Revenue collection system, we found like 13. And this can be done by LTO themselves, Mr. Chair. Meaning LTO should not be, if the change request is being done by Dermalog, if only LTO has the database access, they don't need change request because LTO can actually do that themselves, Mr. Chair. That is the reason why the system access that Mr. Till was talking about and the database access is different, Mr. Chair. The system access is, you can edit data there, you can input data, that's system access. But as mentioned by Kong Herrera is the database access. If the data access is with LTO, and if you allow also the ICT to help technically, I think we can save a lot of money, Mr. Chair, because there's a lot of small change requests that the government can do without the help of any third party, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Did you inform LTO about it?
Mr. Chair, we did, but because we're not being
And they did not
involved.
react?
Actually, we received another letter recently, Mr. Chair, from them about some assistance also to make LTMS a success. So basically, the ICT is a partner of everyone. So we are, in fact, I've met with Dermalog multiple times, and our
Yusek,
duty is to make it work.
My question is, what did LTO do insofar as your recommendations are concerned?
They called it one time, Mr. Chair, for a workshop. So I remember, I forgot the date, but the Dermalog and LTO was there, and they are asking us to collaborate, Mr. Chair, between Dermalog and the ICT. Sad to say, Mr. Chair, there was no technical real collaboration on that matter, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Kaya tayo nagkakanda, loko-loko eh. Asek Mendoza, do you agree with Yusek Almeron that you did not do anything about the recommendations?
Chair, as mentioned by Yusek Almirol, we called a technical working group together in order to address these change orders or needed variations in order to make LTMS fully functional. And really the stumbling block in all of this is the access to the database. That's where we are.
Access to the
database, Your Honor.
Where is it?
It's in the system, but we do not have direct access to it. We have...
Kaninong system?
Atin po yung system, pero controlled po ng Dermalog.
Nasa possession ng?
The system is LTO's, Your Honor, but the access to the database is still with Dermalog.
Do you agree with that, the representative of Dermalog?
Your Honor, I have to say I totally disagree.
You what?
I really respectfully disagree to this.
Disagree?
Yes. And I also want to answer to Yusek Almirol. I saw this report of the ICT about these issues found. Unfortunately, Dermalog was not involved in the assessment of the LTMS, and I cannot say the exact numbers, but out of the 40 issues found, I think 39 are could be solved easy, or are solved already, or are in the system, and was not presented to DICT correctly. There is still so much unused functions in LTMS that should be made available to the public, that could be done online to really eliminate interactions. So I really hope we can sit together after this, together with LTO, and make full usage of LTMS, maybe end of this month.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
If I
Chair,
may. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Sandali lang.
Ay, sorry po.
Let me recognize the presence of the Honorable Antonio Ferrer, the Chairman of the Committee on Games and Amusement, and representing the 6th District of Cavite. Yusek Almirol, as recommended by the representative of Dermalog, pwede po ba mag-meet kayo huli ni na Asek Mendoza to thresh out this specific problem?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We're just waiting, Mr. Chair.
And kindly give me a report of the compliance na matatapos na ito.
We'll do that, Mr. Chair.
Oh. Kasi napapansin ko, nagtuturo-turuan lang itong dalawa eh. Since we started this hearing on this LTMS, yung pangatlo, yung Stratcom. Kayo lang naman tatlo ang involved dito ng todo-todo eh. And yet, we cannot even solve the problem ng isang sistema na dapat na i-turn over na sa atin noong 2018 pa. Di ba? This system would have been turned over to the government in the year 2018. Pero walang nangyayari. Anyway, you can wrap up, Honorable.
may interjection
Sandali
lang.
lang. You have the... Kasi tapos na yung oras na niya eh.
In relation to that, Mr. Chair.
Maglista ka rito.
In relation lang to that, Mr. Chairman. Baka I
Sandali,
realize.
patapusin na
Sige,
natin.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Para to put things in perspective, yes, Dermalog is correct. Lahat kaya nila i-address with the LTMS. But every change order, the country has to pay again, Mr. Chair. What LTO is saying is that if we have access that's in the contract, then any small minor thing that has to be done, we don't need to pay for it, Mr. Chair. At yun lang naman po ang hinihingi namin sa Dermalog. And it's part of the agreement. Ulitin ko yung nandito naman. The solutions provider shall have the use of and be given access to the database for the sole and exclusive purpose of customizing, developing, installing, and providing. It is here naman, Mr. Chair. So, sana bigyan kami ng pagkakataon na hindi naman sa bawat variation order. Like right now, Mr. Chair, 660 million na on record ang variation order and request. That's 660 million. That is not a joke. Pwedeng kahit kalahati doon ma-address ng LTO pag may access tayo.
Yeah, I know.
Then nakatipid na tayo ng malaki. Yun lang naman po ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Chair. And that's why the German embassy is here. I'm really requesting Dr. David to help us also with Dermalog this time, to allow us access so that DICT and LTO can do the minor, customization like the ones listed here. So kung meron question yung Dermalog as to questioning that it's not true, then maybe you can sit on it like what our chairman is saying. But for now, what we are requesting, and I'd like to move on that, is to request Dermalog to give access to LTO so that the minor revisions and variation orders doesn't have to go through Dermalog. Because we own the data, we own LTMS already, we've paid significant part of it. This is already owned by our country. And we have to be able to control it, Mr. Chair, or just have access to it so that minor details can be fixed. So yun lang po, Mr. Chair, yung akin. And last na lang, Mr. Chair, dun lang sa plates, hingi ko lang yung schedule. Kasi nakita ko dun sa license plates, meron tayong schedule in terms of pag-deliver ng blank plates. Pero sana provide the committee dun schedule ng stamping for the past year. If that may be submitted, yung schedule ng pag-stamp natin, because they said they could stamp 28,000 per day. Can we ask for an historical kung ilan na yung na-stamp nila, and maybe to give us a table as to every time nagde-deliver ng bagong plates, ilan yung nasa-stamp, so that we could address the real backlog. Kasi nakaka-alarma din na 12.5 million yung backlog natin sa license plates, Mr. Chair. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to also correct yung presentation kanina. I think it's not fair naman to compare yung dating provider with this provider. Kasi when you say convenience fee, it's for online transactions. The previous IT provider, walang online doon. Is that correct, ASEC? Walang online transactions doon. So yung gastos is every time pupunta ka sa LTO mismo for every minor revision ng pangalan and all, bayad ng bayad ang consumer. But with the new LTMS system now, the conveyance fee na sinasabi is for every online transactions, which is not present in the previous. So it's not comparing apples to apples when it comes to costing. So I just like to put that on record para malinaw. Kasi pag titingnan mo, uy, pareho or pareho ang gastos. No, it's not. Because there's no online transaction dun sa previous. Now we're giving online transactions. And that is what you are paying for. The conveyance fee or the convenience fee. What do you call that? Convenience fee. Yung convenience fee yung binabayaran. So it's not correct to compare it. It's not apples to apples, Mr. Chair. So I'd just like to put that on record. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Tulungan niyo po ako sa motion ko, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you get the request of the Honorable Herrera?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will.
And can you comply?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When would that be?
Within this week, Mr. Chair, by Thursday.
Would that be okay with you?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And yung sa Dermalog, Mr. Chair, yung transactions that cannot be completed by LTMS, we have to have an answer to that.
We will comply within this week.
Within this week. Thank you. The Honorable Fernandez now recognized.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, I think it's pretty obvious that there is somebody lying between these two sides. No,
Your Honor, this is not.
Yeah, I know. I'm just confused, Mr. Chairman, because I know I respect your decision on that, Mr. Chairman. But I believe with the collaboration of the ICT and the LTFRB or the LTO regarding the transaction code that they cannot access with, and basically they have already conducted a technical working group, and with the cooperation of the SADCOM and the Dermalog. I think it will point out that somebody is really not telling the truth. And I'm in a quandary if we will be allowed to ask these people who are transacting the business with our country to be truthful in all your manifestation in this committee. Kasi hindi porket foreigner kayo, sasantuhin kayo ng hearing na to. Because napaka-simple naman ang pinag-uusapan natin. They cannot access with all the programs they wanted to be beneficial to our people. And here you are trying to tell us that they can. Diba? It's all lies eh. They're lying, Mr. Chairman. And that's the reason why kanina pa tayo nagtitimpi dito. And these people coming from the different part of this world trying to do business in this country, you have to respect this hearing. You have to respect this investigation. You don't have to lie because these people were trying so hard, to put up a better access by the Filipino people. You giving us a hard time. Kanina sinasabi nyo 100% compliance on the maintenance. And I'm trying to point out that 97% na lamang naka 97% na lang kayo. It's a matter of 3%, and that you are not allowing our government agency to have an access. Huh? I mean, Mr. Chairman, that's so unfair. We are allowing them to do business in this country. And they're trying to give us a very hard time to have a transaction access to this application that this government wanted to have. Sana, Mr. Chairman, please remind them to refrain from lying in this hearing, even they are foreigners.
Are you through, Your Honor? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may we be given the floor?
Why?
Just to react to the strong accusation that we are lying.
Hindi naman po yata kayo na-allude doon dahil hindi naman, foreigner po ba kayo? O edi sabihin mo siya magsalita, hindi ikaw. Kasi narinig ko naman si Honorable Fernandez sinabi niya, foreigner Are you a foreigner of this country?
Your Honor, I'm very much 100% Filipino, but Your Honor, together with my colleagues.
Hindi nga, very specific yung statement ni Honorable Fernandez. He was referring to foreigners. Now, you want to speak. And shall we say, state something about the statement of the Honorable Fernandez. Now, are you the proper person to retort to that?
On behalf of Dermalog.
Hindi. Yung foreigner ako, nandyan naman siya Wala. Nandito siya physically. Can he not answer for himself? Can he not answer for himself?
Yes, he can, Your Honor.
Then,
Mr.
let
Chairman.
him answer. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, yes, I am the foreigner here, obviously. I am not lying at all. I respect this country, this house, more than you can imagine. Not only am I married to a Filipina, not only I have a Filipina child, not only am I living here, and my only reason why I really push for this system is trying to make this country better for the children of ours. This is the reason why we are doing this. So to accuse, especially me, of lying here is really not the right way in my way. This is a personal thing.
Mr.
I don't
Dankel, you
know.
were trying to tell us a while ago that our government can transact on the different items that was written in this LTMS.
Sandali. Are you through, Mr. Duncan? Are you through? You still have the floor.
Well, yes, I am, Mr. Chair. Out of respect, please give the floor.
Tapos na siya.
You were trying to tell us that all this transaction a while ago, the LTO was trying to tell us that they cannot really access on this. But you were telling us a while ago that they can. And what I did was I told this body that there must be somebody lying in here. And I tend to believe our government official in here. Because it's a transaction code that you are not trying to give them because you are protecting your interests. You are protecting your business. What's the difference if there is only 3% of the maintenance compliance that you were trying to tell us a while ago? That hindi mo pabigyan, why you cannot allow us to have an access on that? And we are talking just 3% of the maintenance compliance? Mr. Chairman, yun po yung tinatanong ko Kanina, binanggit po nila yan na 3% na lang compliance and then they can have turn it over to the to LTO. Pero come to think of it, Mr. Chairman, it's just 3%. And at the same time, these people who are trying their best, to negotiate with them, hindi pa rin pala sila nakakapagkaroon ng technical meeting because I believe that they are not really cooperating. Huwag na tayo paloko sa mga to. Kitang-kita naman natin, nagsisinungaling sila.
Your Honor, that problem will be settled by the directive of this committee for Yusek Almirol of the ICT to conduct a meeting of the mind of the between Dermalog and LTO para dun sa ikabubuti ng sistema na ito. Yes, Yusek Almirol.
Mr. Chair, this is also our mandate, Mr. Chair. I know that LTO just asked our assistants to somehow assist Dermalog to make the LTMS work. That's our job, I've been telling that to Till many times. I approach him many times that we need to collaborate. We need to make the system work. Okay, the government need to have the database so that the ICT can also assist. Since the biggest problem before was LTO doesn't have the technical arm, the technical muscle. They mentioned that many times, and that's also the reason why they cannot turn over. Which I also sympathize with the Dermalog on the hard shape of how they will turn over a big system, okay, to LTO without LTO's technical muscle. That's why if you allow DIC to come in as part of our mandate, Mr. Chair, on the Republic Act 10844, that we are mandated to assist national government agencies on any ICT projects to make sure that this will be beneficial to our Filipino people, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, even LTO was able to ask us just for assistance, but with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, we're willing to perform our mandate on this to assist both LTO and Dermalog and all of the bodies to make sure that we're able to make this happen, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. Hopefully, when you get to meet with these people, kindly inform us and give us a report on what would transpire. Thank you, Yusek. The Honorable Marcoleta is recognized for his interpellation.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Before I ask questions, Mr. Chair, may I clarify from Dermalog his earlier statement that their system is free, Mr. Chair. Because after listening to the presentation of LTO, I noted, Mr. Chair, that the LTO paid already Dermalog 2.5 billion pesos out of the 3.1 billion contract. And the same slide presented by LTO showed that they're paying an annual cost of about 1.2 billion to use the Dermalog system at the end of the 5-year maintenance period. I also note from the same slide, Mr. Chair, that Dermalog is asking 60 pesos convenience fee per transaction from the public. So I'd like to believe, Mr. Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the system is paid for by the taxes of the Filipinos. So it is not free. May I get the reaction from the Dermalog, Mr. Chair? How is it free?
Dermalog, did you get the queries of the Honorable Marcoleta?
Mr. Chair, yes, and Honorable Marcoleta, the system is free means there is no transactional fees, and the convenience fee for online transaction is not collected by Dermalog. It is collected by a payment provider. It's like when you pay with a credit card online, there is a fee. When you pay with GCash, there is a fee. It's like this. So the system usage for the Filipino client, when they apply for a driver's license, when they renew their motor vehicle, register their motor vehicle, do anything, it is free of charge. Unlike before, where for every kind of transaction there was a computer fee of 169 pesos to be paid. This is removed now in the new system in LTMS. There is no more computer fees, upload fees, download fees, whatever fees. It is solely the collection coming through LTMS goes 100% to the Filipino government and not to Dermalog or someone else.
Mr. Chair, but do not window the rest by saying that it is free. Maybe it is free for the user, but your system is paid by the taxes from all Filipinos, including myself and the chairman of this committee. Is that correct?
Yes po.
So, hindi siya free?
Yes po.
Okay. Para lang malinaw, Mr. Chair. Mahirap kasi yung baka nga paniwalaan kayo na free. Eh, hindi naman pala. May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
You still have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I would like to know whether this LTMS was the same original NEDA ICC approved in 2012 the then DOTC IT infrastructure project or the LTO component. May I know if that is correct, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if I may answer. No, Mr. Chair, the contract as approved was modified.
Yeah, but the origin, Mr. Chair, yung origin po ang tinatanong ko, it is the NEDA ICC approved project in 2012. And then you were saying that it was modified in 2018, but it was divided into two components or 21 subcomponents and 21 procurements and contracts. Tama po ba yun? Ito po yung pinanggalingan ng LTMS. Correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Dahil nga po, Mr. Chair, ito po ay pinagmulan niya ay NEDA ICC approved single integrated project. Ngunit sa hindi may paliwanag na kadahilanan, ako po pinag-aaralan ko, medyo hirap na hirap din ako. Paano po nangyari na ito ay na-subdivide into two components? Component A, ito yung LTO, LTMS ngayon at saka component B. Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong malaman kung itong pagkakahati-hati ngayon ay nagkaroon ng approval sa NEDA ICC, Mr. Chair, sapagat binago po ninyo. Meron po ba?
Mr. Chair, when I entered also in LTO, those are also the questions that that I was asking because maliban po sa change, wala ko kaming record kung nabalik po sa NEDA ang approval of the amendments made to the original contract.
So, my questions are your questions too.
Yes,
Sino po ngayon ang sasagot sa mga tanong ko ngayon?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, marami pa hong tanong regarding the original contract that haunts us up to this very date, Your Honor. It's just that we are focused on moving forward kaya hindi pa ho namin nasasagot yung mga question na yan po. My apologies.
Pero Mr. Chair, dahil kayo naman po ay nagtagal na sa posisyon ninyo, hindi kagaya ko na ngayon ko lang po binabasa, sa palagay ko naman ay naintindihan na ninyo o maaring nabasa nyo na kung saan mang dapat basahin na wala pong specific NEDA ICC approval ang pagkaka-split po ng kontrata. Tama po?
That's correct.
Into 21 bids of contracts, Mr. Chair.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. In all the records of...
O paano po ngayon, Mr. Chair, sapagkat sangayon po sa isang kaso na pinagtibay ng Korte Suprema, Mr. Chair, Alvarez versus People, GR number 192591, June 29, 2011, the blatant non-observance of bidding procedures ay ano po gross negligence po pala ang katapat po nito The LTO's failure to obtain prior evaluation and approval for the said 21 procurements from the NEDA ICC will satisfy, Mr. Chair, the elements of gross negligence. Paano po ito?
Mr. Chair, precisely when I came into office, I immediately referred the matter to the Ombudsman para maimbestigahan ng husto. Because at that point, I already saw...
di mabuti pala, Mr. Chair, nababanggit natin, yun lang nila inisip pala na kailangan palang pumunta na sa Ombudsman para makita natin ang pinanggalingan ng lahat ng ito. Kasi po, Mr. Chair, given the gross negligence dito po sa pagkakabigay ng unwarranted benefits kung sino man po yung winning bidders dito, malalaman naman po natin mamaya, magkakaroon po kayo ng liability dyan sa LTO kung sino man po ang may kasalanan dito. Mr. Chair, the splitting of the 2018 project into 21 subcomponents and contracts violated the procurement law and constitute technical malversation under the revised penal code. Will you agree?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron po bang taga DBM dito, Mr. Chair?
Meron po.
Sino po yung taga DBM para matulungan niyo po kami?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Nihal Abdullah Pacalda from the DBM, Your Honor.
Salamat po. May I proceed, Mr. Chair? Madam, you are aware that Section 65 of the procurement law prohibits splitting of contracts.
Your Honor, regarding matters on the implementation of RA number 9184, the Government Procurement Reform Act, that is addressed by the GPPB or the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office, Your Honor. So if there are matters concerning the implementation of RA number 9184, that would have to be addressed by the GPPB, Your Honor.
Mamaya pa po yung 9184. Tinatanong ko lang kung are you aware that Section 65 of the Procurement Law 9184, ito po ipinagbabawa niya yung splitting of contracts.
I am not aware, Your Honor, since it is handled by the GPPB. I understand that the GPPB is attached to the DBM. However, matters concerning procurement is addressed by the said office. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, baka gusto niyo pong i-direct siya na sagutin. Napakasimple po ng tanong. Ang procurement law po natin is 9184. Ang tinatanong ko po, under Section 65, nung batas na yon, ipinagbabawal ang splitting of contracts. Alam po ba ninyo yun o hindi? Kung hindi po nyo sabihin nyo, hindi. Hindi nyo po alam.
Your Honor, no, I am not in the position to answer the question, Your Honor.
Why are you not in a position? Alam mo kung alam mo o hindi eh. Di ba? You just answer directly the question of the Honorable Marcoleta.
I do not know, Your Honor.
And for your information, Madam, from the DBM, there is a splitting of contracts if the following exist. One, there is a government project or contract to be bid out or implemented. B, the government contract is divided into smaller quantities or amounts, or the implementation of the contract is artificially divided into phases or subcontracts. And C, the purpose for the division or subdivision of the government contract is to circumvent legal requirements imposed on the government contracts or projects. Would you agree that the accountable LTO officers' acts of paying the subdivided procurements or contracts which had neither NEDA ICC approval nor effectively a congressional appropriation constituted technical malversation under Article 220 of the revised penal code? Hindi mo rin alam.
No, Your Honor.
O LTO na lang. Alam niyo po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, that's one of the possible charges na refer ho namin sa Ombudsman.
Kailan niyo po gagawin lahat ng ito?
We
Matagal na po ito.
Opo, we are in fact coordinating also with the Ombudsman as far as the marami po kasi mga opisyalis ng LTO involved in this contract that are no longer with LTO. Kaya po nakipag-coordinate po kami sa Ombudsman precisely in order to enforce accountability kung meron man, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, at kinakailangan malaman po rinyo na yung NEDA ICC approval was for a single integrated project. As approved, the project has only one appropriation. So yung elements po ng technical malversation, alam na po ninyo, abogado naman po kayo, di ba? The original multi-year obligation authority, ito po yung MYOA dated December 21, 2012, in the amount of 10 billion 800 million plus for the subject project was valid only for the period from 2013 to 2020 or for 7 years only. Tama po?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. 2024 na po tayo ngayon, Mr. Chair. Or 11 years past 2013 and over 3 years past 2020. Was this MYOA extended?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mukhang hindi nga po. No payments can be made for a project without such a MYOA or its equivalent, and no MYOA will be issued unless there is a specific NEDA ICC approval for such project. Tama?
Tama po yun, Mr. Chair.
So, paano po ngayon? Hindi naman po pala na-extend yung MYOA.
Ang action step po namin going forward in coordination po with DOTR is precisely to go back to NEDA and seek approval for this extension, Mr. Chair.
Eh ngayon po wala nga approval, sinubdivide po lahat. Ngayon lang po kayo hihingi ng approval sa NEDA?
I understand the problem encountered in the past. Talagang nakikita ko po yung problemang ginawa. But moving forward, Mr. Chair, we will seek the NEDA approval.
Mr. Chair, alam po ba kaya ng LTO na yung 13 extension orders and 3 amendments to the payment schedule for component A of the 2018 project also violated the procurement and anti-graft laws? Alam po ba ninyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, that is one of the highlights of our referral to the Ombudsman.
Yung original payment milestones po, ilan po yun?
There were 4 milestones.
Hindi, 8, di ba? Reviewin mo mabuti.
Mr. Chair, I'm advised, 4 po talaga, tapos meron pong maintenance agreement. So lahat
8.
8, no?
Pero sinubdivide ninyo into 28.
Labing 3 po ang naging na-subdivide po ng LTO po at that time to 13 milestones, Mr. Chair, a plus the maintenance agreement.
Naging 28 nga po eventually.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So kailan po rin yung huling nalaman itong pangyayaring ito?
Nung pumasok po ako, maaga ko po nalaman yung mga ganyang ginawa. Kaya po, Mr. Chair, we immediately referred it to the Ombudsman.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Marcoleta, may I ask the ASEC Mendoza to submit to this committee yung ni-refer nyo dun sa Ombudsman?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When would that be?
Tomorrow, Mr. Chair.
Tomorrow. Thank you. Please proceed, Honorable Marcoleta.
Ilan po yung extension na binigay po ninyo dun sa original payment milestones, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, ang binigay po dati were 13 extensions.
Hindi po, yung sa original payment. Hindi po ba 6.5 months lang?
One moment, Mr. Chair, if I may refer. Around 6 months, Your Honor.
Pero nung i-subdivide po ninyo, eventually into 28 milestones, nagkaroon po ng extension na 2.5 years. Tama po?
Tama po yun. The effective period of the extension was 2.5 years.
Pero kung ibabase po natin, meron po kasi ako nakuha kopya, Mr. Chair, nung COA Audit Observation Memo. Basahin po ninyo yung page 5 doon. Ang sinasabi, hindi po ninyo magagawa, hindi kayo makakagawa ng substantial changes. Nakalagay po sa Audit Observation Memo. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Puro tama po ang sagot eh. Mr. Chair, ano?
Napayag po siya dun sa sinasabi po ninyo.
At doon sa page 9, kung titingnan po ninyo yung nakapal po yun eh. Kaya lang kaming dalawa ni Chairman, maski na po nakasalamin kami, binabasa namin yun. Kaya hindi po ninyo may tatago yun. Yung maximum allowable extension shall not be longer than the initial delivery period as stated in the original contract. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ako po ay nagtataka kung bakit ang LTO po ay napaka-generous ng pag-extend po ng deadline. At meron pang matching generosity nung pag-advance ng payments. Sa inyo pong Amendment of Payment Schedule number AOP 2019 A-001 dated 15 October 2019, the LTO recognized that the go-live is not yet possible in the months to come. Is this correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
The percentage of completion allegedly stood at 34%. Tama po.
Tama po, Mr.
And
Chair.
yet, the LTO, Mr. Chair, amended the terms of payment as specified in the bid bulletin number 3 and allowed the payment of 1 billion plus pesos on November 8, 2019, which would have been made only after the project has gone live and a percentage of completion of 41%.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Bakit po nangyari yon? Eh, hindi pa na-achieve yung 41%, pero nag-advance na po kayo ng bayad na 1 billion plus. Why?
Tama po yun, Mr. Chair. Those are the same questions that we're now asking. Kasi
You were
po-
asking also those questions.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kanino niyo po tinanong?
Hindi po. We are researching on this, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong po kami sa mga taong nandun pa at the time, Mr. Chair, on why these amendments were made. And true to fact, Mr. Chair, hindi rin kami mabigyan ng diretsong sagot kung why.
Mr.
this
Chair,
was
the
made.
LTO paid for the maintenance of core applications for the period October 2019 to October 2020, although the delivery of the core applications was accepted only in November 2020. Did you also notice this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. There are also documents, Mr. Chair, that will show two payments in the same amounts of 135 million plus for maintenance expense that should have accrued only after the LTO's acceptance of the delivery. Tama rin po yun.
That's
Yan
correct,
din po ang tinatanong nyo sa sarili nyo habang kayo natutulog siguro.
Habang
O hindi kayo makatulog.
nung pinag-aaralan ko po, Mr. Chair, ang LTMS, all these revelations have also come up. And part of our due diligence moving forward, Mr. Chair. Pero tama po ang observation po ni Honorable Congressman Marcoleta.
And Mr. Chair, I want to ask the LTO if he is aware that aside from the 3 amendments to the payments under the contract, there are 13 extension orders which granted LTMS an extension from the original delivery schedule of only 20 weeks or 6.5 months to 2.5 years or about 366%. Tama rin po.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Wala. Talagang tama lahat.
Tama po
Yes.
lahat, Mr. Chair.
And nothing is being done about it by LTO. Tama rin po ba?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. In fact, as I said, that is now under investigation po yan.
Maraming makukulong yata rito, Mr. Chair. And yet LTO should know that the GPPB Manual of Procedures for the Procurement of Goods and Services, Volume 2, Section 5. Alam mo na siguro ang gusto ko sabihin, ano? The maximum allowable extension shall not be longer than the initial delivery period. Yung sinabi ko kanina, as stated in the original contract.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So may mali na naman po doon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. In fact, Mr. Chair, the first extension was made 30 days after the notice of award.
Yes, and therefore LTMS should have been completely delivered by June 14, 2019, not 2.5 years later.
That's correct, Mr.
Correct. At palagay ko yung COA naman, pinaalalahanan na kayo on the matter of imposition of liquidated damages for these delays. Were you?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, we are now computing exactly that, Your Honor.
So how much the LTO would impose this deducted or liquidated damages? Meron na ba kayong initial estimate?
Your Honor, our initial estimate is somewhere between 350 to 400 million.
Mali ang estimate nyo. Alam mo, may kinakausap na kaming accountant ng chair. Ha? Siguro ayusin nyo mabuti yung estimate nyo dahil mali yun eh. How much is the bond posted by the supplier? O, Dermalog, ang supplier.
Around 300 million, Your Honor.
Ilan po?
300 billion, Your Honor.
Valid pa po ba yun and effective?
Hindi na, Mr. Chair.
Ano po?
As far as we know, hindi na ho valid. We're checking on it.
So are you asking Dermalog to post another bond?
I stand corrected, Mr. Chair. Valid pa ho yung bond.
Ha?
Valid pa ho yung bond. It's still valid.
Oh, nag-claim na ba kayo doon sa bond?
Hindi pa ho. Kino-compute pa ho namin yung full liquidated damages. We will be discussing this with Dermalog also, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, marami po akong itatanong. Baka mayroon pang gusto magtanong sa atin. Ayoko namang ubusin ang panahon ng mga kasama natin.
Yeah, wala namang kumukontra sa iyo dun sa LTO.
Hindi siya makakakontra sapagkat hawak ko, Mr. Chair, ang mga datos. At pagbalik ko mamaya, baka wala na sila rito, Mr. Chair.
Hindi pwedeng umalis.
Huwag mo silang... Di ko po ay tinatakot. Gusto lang ayusin natin lahat ito. No? Pagtulungan natin ito sapagkat malaki po ang problema ninyo. Nakakaintindihan po ba tayo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sige. Mr. Chair, yung iba na munang makasama natin para naman makapagtanong din sila.
Sa pagtingin lang ninyo sa dalawa, nagkaintindihan na kayo?
Mr. Chair, medyo in-depth na rin ang aming pag-aaral dito sa LTNS contract. So I understand where the Honorable Marcoleta is
coming from. Okay. The Chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Paul Ruiz Daza, our senior deputy minority leader and representing the first district, Northern Samar. The next interpolator would be the representative from one rider party list, the Honorable Busita. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa ating lahat, tanghali na pala, good afternoon, sirs. Mr. Chair, meron po kasi akong nabasa dito galing sa COMSEC ng Committee on Transportation. Itong Notice of Award sa Dermalag and Notice to Proceed. Ito po ay mayroong date na May 17, 2018 and May 20, 2018 respectively. So more than 5 years and 8 months na po tayo. And may nabasa rin po ako, Mr. Chair, na mayroon pong demand letter ang Assistant Secretary ng LTO dated April 12, 2023 sa Dermalag and demanding delivery of pending obligations. Mr. Chair, pwede po bang malaman sa DOTR, ito pong pending deliverables na sinasabi, ano po ba ito? Anong status nito, Mr. Chair? DOTR, Mr. Chair. Madami po kasi ito at saka hindi ako familiar dito. Ano po bang status, Mr. Chair, in terms of percentage?
Mr. Chair, ito po yung mga kakulangan or deficiencies found in the system that Dermalog prepared. Nahimay na ho namin to. This is around from around 130 items po to lahat-lahat. This is including hardware and software issues which we will be discussing. Iba ho dito na pag-usapan doon ho namin with Dermalog.
So, Mr. Chair, it's around 130 items, sama po. At present, ito po yan. Yung deliverables na wala pa.
Out of the 130, mga 70 po ang na-delivered na po ni Stratcom ng Dermalog po sa LTO.
So, Mr. Chair, meron pa silang balance na 60 items.
Well, pinag-uusapan po if it is in scope, meaning to say it is part of the TOR, or out of scope, outside the TOR. Yan po pinag-uusapan. Kasama doon po dyan yung mga linkages with other government agencies.
So, Mr. Chair, ito po bang deliverables na to na wala pa, which is around 60 items, malaki po bang epekto nito sa services na inaasa ng ating kababayan sa DOTR, particular sa LTO?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are around 20 items of the 70 which we consider major. Kasama po dyan, Mr. Chair, yung linkages with other government agencies.
Mr. Chair, kaya po naitanong natin to, in fairness naman sa LTO, especially sa bagong Assistant Secretary, Attorney Bigar Mendoza, ang tingin kasi ng publiko, pasensya sa terma, sabi, inutil daw ang LTO. Pero kung titingnan po natin, itong problemang to pala, walang control dito ang LTO. Tama ba, LTO?
Yes, Mr. Chair, until we get hold of the database, full access to the database, at nandito lang po ang DICT, we have been coordinating with them since day one. Until we get full control of the database, we will be reliant on the cooperation of Dermalog sa aming mga day-to-day functions.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Maganda rin na may ganitong update ang LTO para nalalaman po, Mr. Chair, ng ating mga babayan na it's so unfair for the LTO na parang lahat na lang kasalanan po nila, no? So, kaya ko po naitanong, Mr. Chair, can I proceed to license card issue, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I proceed to license card issues and plates?
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, base po sa data furnished by LTO, meron po kayong 137,945 license cards na available. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is the remaining cards on hand.
Yes. Mr. Chair, matanong lamang po sa LTO. Marami po kasi tayong nare-receive na calls or complaints from our kababayans, lalong-lalo na po sa mga OFWs. At alam po natin, Mr. Chair, na malaking problema ito para sa kanila, lalo na po yung mga drivers na ang hanap buhay sa abroad ay magmaneho. And in fact, mayroon pong nag-abroad na nag-expire. Hindi natin alam anong problema, kung paano nila masolve. Mr. Chair, pwede po bang malaman sa LTO, considering na maliit lang po itong 137,945 license cards na available, ano po ba ang plano ninyo dito?
Mr. Chair, tama po eh. Our priority are the OFWs. So, bikod nga po sa mga district offices to reiterate that our priority, whatever cards are left, i-prioritize ang OFWs. So, yun po ang priority, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, kung yes, magandang plano po ito ng LTO na i-priority yung ating mga kababayan, itong mga OFWs. Paano po ang sistema? Paano ninyo may pa-priority itong mga OFWs? Siyempre, ito, coming from different provinces and regions. Paano po ba, Mr. Chair, ang programa dito ng LTO?
Yung 137,000 cards naman po, Mr. Chair, is scattered in different regions. Hindi lang naman sa Metro Manila po yan. Pero I would have to admit, in some regions will have more than others. So, yun po, nakakalat po yun. At kung may kailangan na OFW, ay tinatawag po nila sa other district offices para magpadala po ng lisensya.
Mr. Chair, with respect to our LTO chief, pwede po ba tayong mag-suggest na meron kayong hotline? Kasi po may mga OFWs na talagang hindi na dapat po siguro tumatawag sa amin. Dapat sana sa LTO na eh. Hindi naman po tayo umiiwas sa public service. Pero I think ang tama po talaga dito, sa LTO talaga ito, Mr. Chair. Pwede kaya, Mr. Chair, na magkaroon ng LTO ng hotline?
Magandang idea, Mr. Chair. We will implement it immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To continue, Mr. Chair, if I may, meron po tayong backlogs na 9,115,367 plates para sa motorcycles. And sinasabi po na mayroong available plates, which is 5,989,330 pieces for motorcycles. Mr. Chair, maaari po bang malaman natin sa LTO, ito po ba ay intended for the new motorcycles to be purchased by the buyers, or yung uunahin po ninyo yung backlogs previous years?
Mr. Chair, pinaprioritize po natin yung current demand, yung bumibili po ngayon. At kung meron po tayong sobra, then we cater to the backlog, Mr. Chair.
Kasi Mr. Chair, if I'm not mistaken, may programa po na ini-implement ang LTO na itong plates na mga ito, ang priority are motorcycles from 2018 onwards. Tama po ba, ASEC?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po kaya pwede o mas tama na i-priority natin yung mga old motorcycles, Mr. Chair, na hindi nakatanggap ng plaka?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are also catering to yung 2014 onwards. No? Pag-aaralan ulit ito namin, Mr. Chair, on the best distribution mode. Kung ano feedback, kinukuha naman nun namin feedback, Mr. Chair, coming from the regions. Kung ano mas in demand, mas kailangan sa baba. But we will look into that, Mr. Chair. We will factor in that recommendation from the Honorable President.
Mr. Chair, naalala ko lang yung request natin sa LTO previously na dahil ang problema sa plaka, though hindi natin biniblame yung LTO, especially the Honorable Secretary Vigor Mendoza, kasi naabutan niya lang itong problemang to eh. And nabanggit po natin during the previous meeting, Mr. Chair, na dahil ang problema sa plaka ay may consider na problema na dapat i-shoulder ng LTO, ni-request po natin na kung maaari, wag nang hulihin yung mga vehicles, mga motorists, na ang problema ay sa plaka. Particular, Mr. Chair, yung hindi pa nila na-issuehan ng license plates. But of course, kung makita, Mr. Chair, ng police or ng enforcers na talaga namang may issued plate na, hindi sila excuse dito. Gusto ko lamang po, Mr. Chair, malaman sa LTO, ano po ba itong status nitong request natin on behalf of our kababayan na walang plaka pa na na-issue ang LTO sa kanilang sasakyan?
Yung po, Mr. Chair, ang standing policy natin, no, walang hulihan sa walang plaka. We will reiterate it, Mr. Chair, para sigurado kong maalala at force mas mabuti pa ho sa baba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, yan ay nag-gather ko na information na pinagbigyan naman po tayo ng LTO. Gusto lamang po nating madinig mismo sa Assistant Secretary, Honorable Attorney Bigor Mendoza. Mr. Chair, if I may, base po sa records ng LTO, meron po kayong 559 centers, private emission testing centers, 559, tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair,
I think that was the number in your briefing.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And meron po, Mr. Chair, ang LTO na na-revoke na PETCs, which is 70 centers, 68 plus 2.
Hindi na po nagre-revoke ang LTO, Mr. Chair. It is a committee under the DOTR ang nagre-revoke at nag-approve po ng mga...
So, DOTR po, not the LTO.
Hindi na po, LTO lang po. It's a joint po, LTO po kasama ng ibang representante ng DOTR po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, hindi naman tayo paniwalain sa sinasabi ng iba, especially kung wala tayong personal knowledge. But there are complaints na nare-receive po tayo against dito sa DOTR, dito po sa revocation ng PETCs na may iba't ibang complaints. Mr. Chair, may I respectful request na pwede po bang mag-submit ang DOTR nitong list of revoked private emission testing centers to include yung reasons for revocation? Mr. Chair, pwede kaya, Mr. Chair, ma-request natin?
DOTR.
We will comply, Mr. Chair. We have it on file, actually, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, DOTR. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, base din po dito sa records ng DOTR, meron po silang active private motor vehicle inspection centers, 112. Ito po ba ay dadagdagan pa natin o sapat na? Mr. Chair.
DOTR.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung 112 po, Mr. Chair, yun po yung as of today. Dun sa question na dadagdagan, meron po kasing 206 sites all over the country. Ang meron pong nag-apply doon ay around 135. So, yung balance ho, ini-evaluate pa po ng DOTR.
Thank you. How about DOTR, Mr. Chair? How about private emission testing centers? May plano po ba tayong dagdagan pa ito? O totoo ba yung sinasabi nila na kinokontrol na ito at ipinapasok po ng DOTR ang private motor vehicle inspection centers, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po totoo, Mr. Chair, na kinokontrol. Kasi ho, ini-evaluate po ng DOTR yan, kada area. Meron ho kasing standing moratorium na kung saan sa isang lugar, pag masyado na madami ang emission, hindi na pinapayagan ng DOTR na magbukas ng bago. Pero meron ho kami based on records ng mga lugar na kung saan kulang ho ang emission, pinapayagan ho namin sila mag-operate at pagbukas.
Your Honor,
yes,
may I
Mr.
intervene?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Pakiulit nga po yung kwan ninyo. Sagot po ninyo.
If I may, Mr. Chair, at present, there is a current moratorium. Okay.
Approving the existence of PETCs, additional PETCs.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So for every area, we compute the total number of registered vehicles and compare it with the total number of PETCs, and if they reach the ratio, Mr. Chair, then the moratorium applies. So we cannot allow new operators to open up.
Kung meron ng existing na PMVIC, bakit kailangan pa ang PETC sa lugar na yun?
There are, Mr. Chair, there are areas where there are no PMVICs. So kung wala,
I'm asking dun sa may PMVIC.
no. Pag PMVIC po, sir, Mr. Chair, we also factor that in. However, kailangan pa rin po ng emission centers because ang PMVICs po, wala silang capability to inspect heavy vehicles.
Yes, I know. That is why there must be, shall we say, a circular coming from your office para i-delineate yung function ng PETC at saka PMVIC sa bawat lugar na walang PMVIC or merong PMVIC. Hindi ba tama yun?
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Chair. So we have a pending, in fact, we have a draft already, Mr. Chair, circular. So it's just undergoing the process in DOTR and it will be submitted to the Secretary for his consideration and approval, Mr. Chair.
Tama po yun. Yun ang nararapat dahil yung PMVIC, nandun na yung emission testing eh. Except for heavy vehicles nga.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sige. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, pwede po ba tayong mag-request sa DOTR to submit list of areas na nangangailangan ng PETCs and PMVICs? Pwede po ba, Mr. Chair?
We will comply, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, balikan ko lamang po yung sa LTMS and Dermalag. Mr. Chair, last concern lang po. Previously, noong during the time na ang nagpo-provide ng services is this STADCOM, yung po, Mr. Chair, yung ating official receipt and the certificate of registration ng ating sasakyan, kahit po mabasa, we could say na maganda ang quality. But at present, Mr. Chair, yung certificate of registration and the official receipt ng ating sasakyan, parang ordinary bond paper lamang. And mabasa lang to, mapawisan, masisira. And malaking problema kasi ito, Mr. Chair. Especially yung mga details na sometimes hindi naman problema ng motorista, pero there are police officers, there are enforcers na hindi natin alam kung intentional na hindi ginagamit ang common sense. So, pag na-damage, Mr. Chair, yung official receipt or certificate of registration ng kanilang sasakyan, sinacharge sila ng violation na unreadable or marami kasi, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong lang, Mr. Chair, sa LTO, probably, yung po bang, wala po bang plano na maiko-correct ito or ma-enhance yung quality para hindi naman nagmumukhang panadero yung ating mga na nagmumukhang scratch lang yung dala nila, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, in fact, that is part of our review in our bidding of new accountable forms. We have received that observation. Pinag-aaralan na po namin. No? Yun lang po yung in line with our online system na plano natin magkaroon ng online registration. Doon po winamatch up, how does that come into play? Pag nag-online na po tayo, paano i-imprenta yung ating CRO. Pero tama po kayo, we have received that observation at yung technical working committee that is reviewing our accountable forms, pinag-aaralan na po yan, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, is it possible na yung LTMS, itong system na to galing sa Dermalag, is it possible po ba na ma-maintain yung quality ng ating papel dito sa ORCR, dito sa dating ginagamit natin using the system of STRADCOM, Mr. Chair?
It's possible, Mr. Chair. In fact, that's part of the study now being done.
So, Mr. Chair, nabanggit po ni Honorable Secretary Bigor Mendoza na understudy ito. Ano po bang ma-expect ng ating mga kababayan? Kailan kaya ito possible na mai-correct na itong problemang ito, Mr. Chair?
Siguro po within this month, masabit na namin yung aming recommendations to DOTR for this change format. Then we will coordinate it, of course, with our IT provider kung paano natin gagawin. So within this month, we can submit our recommendations, and then pag na-okay na po yan in part of our bidding process for new accountable forms, sasama na po namin yan.
Mr. Chair, in support to LTO, gusto ko na rin pong banggitin kung bakit medyo makulit tayo dito sa issue na to. We cannot deny, magagaling ang Pilipino eh. And Mr. Chair, meron po akong kilala na pag in-scan itong official receipt, yung registration ng ating sasakyan, iscan mo lang, i-delete mo yung date, retokehin mo, xerox mo, registered vehicle na yung dala mo. And maliit namang porsyento lamang, Mr. Chair, ang enforcers ng LTO na merong scanner. Overall, maraming makakalusot talaga dyan. And probably, Mr. Chair, kaya may problema siguro ang LTO aside from other issues and concerns, bakit ang daming sasakyan na hindi pa narirehistro? Delinquent registration yung kanilang dinadalang sasakyan, Mr. Chair. So, yun po ang isa sa mga pinopoint out natin, Mr. Chair. And nakakatuwa po na ito palang LTO, through the initiative of ASIC Bigor Mendoza, meron na pala kayong pagpaplano na ayusin agad ito, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, please wind up.
Yes, in fact, Mr. Chair, yung CR, papalitan po natin yan, yung papel. Yung OR na lang po ang hahabol. Yun yung po, last na pinag-aaralan po ngayon. So tama po kayo, we will be implementing a new paper quality for purposes, security paper na po sa ating mga CRs.
Mr. Chair, yun lamang po. Maraming salamat. ASEC Bigor Mendoza, salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next interpolator is the Honorable Dan Fernandez. Kaya mo? Hindi, minority yun eh.
Sige.
Okay lang sa akin.
Ha?
Unahin mo ako kasi. Unahin mo ako, itutuloy ko yung sabi mo yung lying eh.
Sige. Di ba na muna muna?
Diyan, tapos sa
siya muna. Tapos siya.
Are you willing to state this? The Honorable Marcoleta is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Para po hindi tayo mauwi dun sa sitwasyon, Mr. Chair, noong 2020, yung DL, yung sinasabi ni Congressman Busita kanina, yung driver's license procurement. Gusto nating malaman, Mr. Chair, kung yung control and access ng ating LTMS na kinabibilangan halimbawa ng source code at saka yung database, ito po ba talaga ay na-turn over na sa LTO, Mr. Chair?
Wala pa po, Mr. Chair, na tina-turn over na source code sa LTO po.
Wala pa po yung source code.
Wala pa, Mr. Chair.
Ang pagkakaalam ko po ay itinurn over daw ito in escrow. Tama po ba yun?
Wala pa escrow na nangyari, Mr. Chair.
Pero yung database nasa control na po ninyo, Mr. Chair?
Wala pa ho, Mr. Chair.
Yung source code at saka yung database, wala sa control po ninyo.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Sa dami na po nang naibayad natin sa supplier, wala pa po yung control at saka yung access ng LTMS natin.
Yun po ang totoo, Mr. Chair. Wala pa ho kaming control and access.
Ano po yung katuwiran noon? Bakit wala po ang control sa inyo at access?
Gaya po ng sinabi ng Dermalog po ngayon, there is a provision in the contract na sinasabi po nila na ito po ay ita-turn over dapat nila sa LTO pag natapos na po yung maintenance agreement period.
So, ang kanila pong iminamatwid ngayon, there is a provision in the contract.
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Kanina po, bago ako tumigil, we are talking of liquidated damages na ngayon po ay kinoconsider na ninyo at sana ma-compute ninyo sa lalong madaling panahon sapagkat may kinalaman po ito sa susunod na itatanong ko sa inyo. Kung ang kontrata po ang problema, Mr. Chair, I think we can rescind the contract. Kung ang pag-uusapan po natin ay liquidated damages, sapagkat gamitin po ninyo yung GPPB Manual of Procedure for Procurement of Goods and Services. Section 5, nandun po yun eh. Ang sinasabi po ron, liquidated damages cannot exceed 10% of the contract price. If it does, sabi niya, the contract may be rescinded by the procuring entity. Kayo po yun eh. Without prejudice to other courses of action and remedies open to it. Malinaw po yun. Kanina po, pinag-uusapan namin ni Mr. Chair. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, meron kaming kinausap na accountant. Bago ko po ituloy yon, meron po bang taga-COA rito, Mr. Chair?
Is there a COA representative?
Yes, Your Honor, President.
Yeah, please identify yourself.
I am Attorney Melissa San Miguel Salunga, the Supervising Auditor of the Department of Transportation. With me is Ms. Marivi, the Auditor of LTO.
You can answer the questions of the Honorable Marcoleta.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Madam COA, yung latest na audit observation memo po ninyo issued sa LTO, ito lang pong Pebrero, you assume the validity of the extension orders and amendments to payments. Tama po?
Sir, the AOM was the result, contains the result of audit conducted by the COA Itaw.
Hindi, alam ko po yun. Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, itong latest AOM na to, inassume po ninyo yung validity ng mga extension orders at amendments sa payments na ginawa po ng LTO.
I believe so, sir. Yes,
Ano
sir.
po?
Yes, sir.
Pero kahit na po inassume ninyo, you still cited LTO's failure to impose liquidated damages. Tama po, I'm referring to page 10 and page 21 of your audit observation memo.
Yes, sir.
Ang hindi ko lang po maintindihan doon, sana meron pang additional column, nilagay nyo doon sana kung ano yung computed liquidated damages.
Sir, we don't want to preempt the computation that will be made by the LTO.
Kayo naman
Yes, sir.
subject to contestable naman yung AO. Para lang may guide kayo na, LTO, malapit na kayo sa 10%. Alam po nyo, to sa kwenta po nung advisor namin, Chairman, even assuming na tama po yung pagkaka-assume po rin ng validity. Alam po niyo yung computed after this 6.5 months. Lumalabas po 9.23 na po percent ang liquidated damage. Malapit na po yun eh. Kasi po, ang problema kanina, sabi ni ASEC ng LTO, ang minamatid palagi, nasa kontrata yon. So, ang pinakalaban lang natin doon, let us rescind the contract base sa computed liquidated damages. Ang totoo po niyan, ito po yung lumilitaw na kwenta na eh. Nakwenta na po namin ni Mr. Chair eh. Yung total contract price, Madam, is 3.190 billion pesos plus. Tama po. Ang liquidated damages rate per day po is 0.1% per day. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
O di sa makatwid, kasi po yung notice to proceed is May 28, 2018. At start week ninyo or mobilization is June 7, 2018. Ibig sabihin, initial delivery period per original contract is December 14, 2018. Ang maximum allowable extended date hanggang June 14, 2019. Tama pa rin.
Yes.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
tinitingnan ka ni Madam Goa, Mr. Chair. Maximum date of liquidated damages cap is until September 22, 2019 or 100 days from June 14, 2019. Tama na naman po. Ito po ay base po sa inyong sariling audit observation memo, page 25, pages 9 to 10, paragraph 25. Para magkalinawan po tayo. Yes, ma'am.
Yes po.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, liquidated damage, Mr. Chair, 319 million plus plus. So, kung ang total contract price is 3.19 billion, ang liquidated damages is 319 million. Ang percentage ng liquidated damage to total contract price is 10%. Mr. Asek, LTO, I think this committee has provided to you a clear direction on what to do. Kung ito po yung palaisipan at hindi kayo magkaintindihan, yung isa cloud computing, yung isa internet or whatever, hindi kayo magkaintindihan, at ang iminamatwid po ay yung kontrata, I think you can already legally rescind the contract. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Naintindihan mo ba yan, Asek Mendoza?
Loud and clear, Mr. Chair. Loud and clear.
No. Thank you. Sige. The next interpolator would be the Honorable Paul Dasa. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues and to the resource persons. I wanted to hear the side of Dermalog. Apparently, I'm sure you're aware that there are contractual differences. There could be possible procurement violations that will justify. One option is a rescission. And there are probably other options. So I assume that given all the problems, there's delays, excessive maybe change orders, variation orders. What are your claims and what are your defenses for not giving, other than contractual provisions, why not work with DOTR, Mr. Chair, to come with a global solution settlement? Because I personally, my interest is to find a solution that will expedite LTMS so the public can be helped, as said earlier. So what's your side? Given that the request is access to the database, source code, there are possible liquidated damages. So why not find a win-win solution? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed?
Yes,
If Your Honor, please, Congressman Dasa. First of all, we'd like to make it of record that in many procurement projects that we have been engaged in, the proponent was allowed to negotiate with the agency the provisions of the contract. What is unique to this LTMS project is that everything was drafted. It's like a contract of adhesion. And we had no control. We could not even suggest some revisions that we desired. And lo and behold, if you just to give a background, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, for the sake of time,
Yes, that is why
the question is just summarize. Are there any possible solutions, financial and technical, for a settlement that will benefit the public? Okay, you don't have to go. I know the history. I've read the documents. Is there has there been any discussion on compromise settlement?
If Your Honor, please, Mr. Chairman, I think we have voiced out in this forum twice already that we're willing to sit down with the LTO and the
Mr. Chair,
to fashion out
no, not a general statement, specific. Do you have any? I'm trying to help you because at this point, I think the public is probably against you because you're not giving database access. You've been paid billions. I'm giving you an opportunity to make a concrete solution offer. There's a possibility that your contract will be rescinded and there'll be cases filed. So do you have a solution? Do you have a money claim to offset? Do you have any claim to offset the possible liquidated damages?
We do, Your Honor, because there were many change orders. I think it's amounting to 620 million that the proponent accomplished in good faith without any payment at the time that we were paid. So we do have a claim, Your Honor, but because of the fact that we want this to be a showpiece of technology among the government agencies. We are aware that, for example, the BIR, the SEC, the IPO have very impressive, have managed to use technology in order to improve their services to the public. And we are of the same vein in the LTO that we want to provide the public the best possible computer network system.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to ask, I heard earlier, someone from Dermolog said that they can finish everything by end of the month. Okay, is that correct?
I will allow my
No,
colleague,
just yes or no. And then the answer that was mentioned earlier, because my understanding is if you're given the time till end of the month, you'll complete everything and then turn over to LTO. Is that correct?
I think my colleague is in the better position to answer, Your Honor. Mr. Till,
Yeah,
the
please.
project manager.
Mr. Chair, with your permission. When I said finish everything, I does not mean anything needs to be finished in sites of development or anything. It just needs LTO to use LTMS 100%. There's one thing that I want to make totally clear. When it was mentioned connectivity to other government agencies, no one asked for the reason why it's not done or why it is available in LTMS but not used. And this is the reason is there is no memorandums between these agencies to allow the connection. So the system LTMS is complete. It was ready for rollout in August 2019. We had the pandemic and all of this that caused this delays and extensions. However, it must be said, the system is feature complete. In the last meeting under Assistant Secretary Tugade in that time, he said in August 2023, he will have full 100% usage of LTMS. And the system was ready for this and is ready for this. The impressive numbers that I gave earlier show that all transactions can be made already. 100% usage is the problem. So the last 3% has nothing to do with development. It has nothing to do with any kind of missing functions. It has solely to do with is LTO using 100%.
Okay, and then Mr. Chair, the LTO mentioned of the 130 change order variation orders, they credited you for doing 70, there's 60 left. So what are those 60 in a nutshell?
Various minor changes, which I suggested already to Honorable Asek Mendoza to go through it and check if this is really necessary. It might be really like, please change the button from green to red.
Okay, why not give the government LTO database access and the source code? Because DICT said earlier with their support that the government can save money and do some of those necessary minor revisions you said it's minor. Why not do that? Settle your claims and move forward.
We will work with LTO, DICT, and find solutions.
No, Mr. Chair, this has been dragging. A statement like that is somewhat suspicious. You're being polite. So the question is, why not give, it's either a yes or a no. Why not give the database access and the source code so they can do the 60 that you don't want to do, that you said are minor? Come up with a financial contractual settlement and then let them use the system with DICT. It's not complicated. So it's yes or no. No? Don't give us a statement that you will talk. I'm asking you. You're diverting my question.
Your Honor, I'm not in the position to give you a yes or no. I'm sorry for that.
No, so who's in that position, Mr. Chair? Dermalog is adequately represented. I think there's 3 or 4 of them. It's a yes or a no. Who can answer?
Your Honor, Congressman Dasa, I think you are a very technologically savvy person. The maintenance period for the LTMS will end next year. So what is a few more months, Your Honor? Because we need this period, Your Honor, to iron out all the.
Excuse me, sabi ko nga makinig ka.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi mo sinasagot yung katanungan ni Honorable Dasa. Sagutin po ninyo.
Your Honor, I'm again like the project director. I am not in a position. I have to.
And who is in position to answer that?
Our principal in Hamburg, Germany, Your Honor.
Then you tell him in the next hearing to come here.
We will ask for his advice and we will inform you of his reply to the Honorable Dasa's.
Are you amenable to that?
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chair, because I share the same frustration, di ba? I think the committees here, we're spending a lot of hours for the members. And I think the intent of the chair and the committee is to find win-win solutions, which will be good for the public. Both sides, I work with PPP projects. I'm very familiar with many contractual issues. I don't want to scream at you and tell you you're lying and all of that. I'm trying to be polite and to find win-win solutions. So if you can't answer those questions, I'm sorry. I don't think it's a good reflection on your part, to be honest with you. So I think the chairman's correct. I support that if you're going to call for a next hearing, so they can have somebody with authority who can answer critical questions. These are issues of national interest that affects millions of people. I don't think it's fair that you're here and you had no authority to answer that. It's not like it's a new question. It's been dragging on. It's somewhat unfair to us and the public, Mr. Chair. So I'll leave it to your discretion, Mr. Chair, on the next hearing and who will come here.
There's an inquiry in aid of legislation regarding this matter. So we can open it next month so that those people invited can be made to explain if they will not be present. And it will go the protocols that we have. They do not appear. Then we ask them to explain, and then we subpoena. If they do not honor the subpoena, then we issue a warrant of arrest.
Yeah. Okay, I'll move on. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. What was the original NEDA approved been amended, the 3.1. Well, it's good. The total contract was brought down to 3 billion. Is that correct?
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Can I ask the GPPB, under the procurement rules and under the IRR, is there a maximum limit for variation claims? My understanding for infrastructure in some agencies, local projects for infra, I know there's a 10 or 15% limit. So may I ask GPPB?
Your Honor, there's no representative from GPPB.
Oh, who was the attorney earlier?
DPM and COA.
Well, any resource person who would have a definitive answer to that? USEC Legal, DOTR?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Is there a variation order limit?
20%, if I remember correctly, Mr. Chair.
If I may, Mr. Chair, for infrastructure, it's 20% of the project cost.
And for this?
Infrastructure.
20%. So the change order, variation orders that you mentioned, their claim of 600M or other payments have been made before, is that already over the 20%? Or are we?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, that's good to hear because I'm in a financial and technical settlement. Everyone's frustrated with problems. We already know that. Plates, driver's licenses. So, there's possible variations. One member of the House is advocating rescission. Are there any other options for DOT? Under your immediate supervision. So Mr. Chair, what's LTO planning to do to find solutions to this continuing problem?
Mr. Chair, as we mentioned a while ago, on top of the legal issues, which we have now referred to the Ombudsman for a proper investigation, as a lot of our officials who were part of this contract are now no longer part of government. So that's one action that we have taken already. The other is to finish really the LTMS. to make it fully functional to all of the requirements of LTO. And as I said, we have identified around 130 items that we need to address, and 70 of those have already been addressed by Dermalog. The remaining 60, and your honor is correct, if we can have access to the database, we could work with the ICT in order to complete the 130 items, and we can do 100% LTMS within the year, your honor, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but ombudsman case may not help settle the situation. Anyway, I'll leave it to the good chair to find maybe ways to help you find a win-win solution. But I have one or two more quick questions. Can I ask LTO, was there an ISSP, approved ISSP for this project back then?
Yes, there was, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and there were design flaws and contractual flaws. Can I ask DICT, the provision in the Dermalog contract wherein source code and database access is not given to the government, does the DICT have any standard provisions for that? And was that in violation of the usual provision? Is that a, that way I ask you, is that a normal situation where you have a private vendor who can contractually say, no, we don't give you the database, and that database are really public names and information, right? So DICT, what are your thoughts on that, and how do we cure that moving forward for other future projects?
Mr. Chair, may I answer the question of Honorable Congressman Dasa?
Yes.
Under the Information Systems Strategic Plan, or called the ISSP, the vision or purpose of this ISSP is to harmonize the national holistic view of information technology in this country. Because I'm sure DBM also, we are actually in collaboration on that. In fact, Mr. Chair, the ISSP is not just the ICT. It's actually a collaboration between DBM and the ICT. The purpose of the ISSP is for them to list down all the innovation that they need. Even they already have a budget. Yes, NEDA or DBM was able to give them a budget, but the ICT should review the ISSP. The reason of the review is for us to see that what they're doing can be also integrated to other agencies in the future so that there will be no repetition. Second is to make sure that the government will actually control and manage the system as well. Because we know that in the past, the biggest problem is actually we're being hostage by a lot of contractors. That's why there's a lot of issues in terms of contracting. Every time the ICT was there, we cannot do anything because number one, we don't have access of the data. Number two, we don't have access of the source code. And number three, the only way for us to move is we still need the contractor. That's why when the ICT was born 7 years ago, the purpose of the ICT is to assist national and local government agencies anything about ICT. In fact, we are the executive body or branch of the government. We're not only here to assist, but including implement, promote, administer, and develop, Mr. Chair. So in this particular note, Mr. Chair, the biggest problem is since for the first time in the history of the ICT, which is I think is also our fault because in the past, ISSP was being sent by email only, and then we approve it also by just signing it, so that the agency will have budget so that they can proceed with their procurement. But for the first time, we're able to assemble now an ISSP team. So we conduct a panel, we'll listen to what they need. Although naabutan lang namin, Mr. Chair, ang LTO, Mr. Chair. But to cut the story short, Mr. Chair, yung ISSP, may karapatan po dapat ang DICT na bumalik, okay, sa agency para tingnan kung yung pinirmahan namin na ISSP ay tumugma dun sa ini-implement,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. So, Mike, okay, thank you for the explanation. I think everybody appreciates that. So, is it a fair statement to make that DICT is partly at fault for approving the ISSP wherein there was a contractual provision that the LTO did not have immediate database access to their own data?
If in the ISSP stated as a contracting, and this is actually a purchase or it's like a car, Mr. Chair. If you're able to purchase the car, you cannot tell that you own the car without the key, Mr. Chair. That's purchase. And I believe that the LTMS is actually a purchase one because you purchased the car. LTO, in our assessment,
Mr. Chair, in other technology type of projects, the contractual provisions cite is not of IT projects. As far as what you said 2 years ago, from what you know, that
no, Mr. Chair, because the CIO core of the ICT is another part of our mandate supposed to be, Chair, that we're supposed to send our 10 CIOs to each of the agency to check if the ISP that we signed is actually tantamount to the delivered technology.
a friendly group or party who inserted these provisions in favor of the eventual private hostage, right? Because of that particular situation, correct? Because they don't have access, so LTO's hostage. Is that correct?
Technically, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. So, look, having heard that, there are possible claims from the government to you. I think it's in your interest, okay, to find a win-win solution immediately. My suggestion to the chair is, okay, they're claiming they'll talk and all of that, but it should be time-based. Because every day that this issue is not resolved is hurting the public convenience. Diba? Ang dami po nagreklamo. Everyone's complaining. And it's a shame because we already have an anti-red tape law, ease of doing business law. And LTO is a good agency that can help the public when it comes to all the issues we're talking about. And you're a part of that. So I'm encouraging you to find immediately. I don't know what's a good timetable, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it up to you. Your wisdom in the committee, but the issues have been well defined, Mr. Chair. I think there's a possible win-win with a little bit more prompting.
Well, for the information of the Honorable Dasa, this committee has directed the ICT to conduct a meeting among the DICT, Dermalog, and LTO to find out how they can help one another and submit a report to this committee.
And is there a deadline on that, Mr. Chair?
We haven't, I think Yusek Almilor did not give any timeline.
Before you answer, Yusek, I find DICT, well, Yusek Almirod is level-headed, and I think he's a programmer. He's a technical guy, so he can go into the details. Would 1 week or 10 days be sufficient time for you to meet with the parties and then report to us to see if there's some sort of a global solution, financial and technical and legal for them?
May I answer that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think if you're going to resume the pended technical working group meetings in the past, I think we're able to identify again, Mr. Chair. In fact, in our first technical working group meeting between Dermalog and LTO, I was very happy because for the first time that we're able to move forward. But I think they just need to realize, well, LTO is very, in fact, they are the one conducting meetings, Mr. Chair. In fairness to LTO, they are the one, we received letters from them asking our technical expertise. In fact, we received another letter from them. They are very honest, telling us that they don't have a technical capability and they are requesting the ICT to assist them. In fact, they're not even asking our help, Mr. Chair. They're asking us to perform our mandate. That's our under mandate to assist government agencies. So you're not even asking our help in the ICT. You're asking us to perform our mandate. So, Mr. Chair, in the commitment, maybe a 2 weeks time, Mr. Chair, we're able to have
2 weeks ang hinilig. Oh, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm amenable to that, and I would like to have another hearing before our break, and just to see if there's any progress. Mr. Chair, is that acceptable to the committee? 2 weeks?
Second week of March, Your Honor.
Hindi, ano ba ngayon?
20.
Wouldn't it be first week? It would be first week of March. Yeah, 2 weeks.
March the next week.
2 weeks or sooner. It's February 20,
Yeah.
so it'll be first week of March.
So, second? Approve, Your Honor.
Okay, 2 weeks. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Yusek. My last question. I am so curious. It was said earlier that there's an online payment capability, but there's only one provider, and that's why LTO wanted the source code and database access. Who is that online payment provider, and who decided that there's only one? When there's dozens of online platforms, payment platforms now, so who's the right person to answer that, Mr. Chair?
If I may, Mr. Chair, the name of the company is Paynamics, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, what's the name?
Paynamics, and I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, as to who decided that they will be the only one. But from day one, we've been trying to open up this platform precisely to make it more to avoid any monopoly of the business.
So, Mr. Chair, the LTO wasn't the party that decided that. Is it correct that it's Dermalog that who found that online payment provider?
Mr. Chair, may I answer? It was LTO who chose Paynamics in that time. But this was even before I joined the project.
So it was LTO from your recollection.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
but it was to be fair to Asek, he was not in the project. I was not in the project, so it was really in 2018.
Okay, no, fair enough, because people change. The good Asek may not have been aware. So because the good practices, and let me pinpoint on this last topic, the good practice for public convenience is to open it up to more providers. There's so many of them already, right? Big ones, small ones. And I think ASEC, the good ASEC mentioned earlier that they want to do that. So is it correct they can't do that because they don't have access to the source code or the database? Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So, see, that alone is not a good reflection on Dermalog. I hope you understand that. I don't want to give you a hard time. I'm trying to find solutions because I used to be in the private sector and I came from a PPP project. So I'm glad that was highlighted, and you're basically choking improvements in the system at the expense of public convenience, and that's a big no-no. And that's not a good reflection on your chairman, president, your company, and I'd like to put that on the record. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and I'm hoping that the ICT will find a ways to mediate and find a solution to all these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yusek Yebra, have you read the contract between regarding this LTMS?
To be honest, Mr. Chair, I read it a long time ago.
How about Asek Mendoza?
Yes, Your Honor, I read it already.
Kasi lumalabas dito palagi ang sinasabi na kaya hindi matapos-tapos ito at hindi may turnover dahil the contract provides that the source code and database can only be given or turned over after the end of the maintenance period, which is, I think, 5 years.
Yes, Your Honor, it will end next year.
Yeah, but is that really provided for in the contract?
Not verbatim, Your Honor, not as you.
Or what is provided for in the contract? Kasi
Yes.
nakikita natin na excuse to eh,
Yes, yes,
since a while ago. So I want to know
yes.
what is really the terminology used in the provision of that contract regarding this.
Yes, one moment, Mr. Chair.
The chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Gas Tambunting, one of our vice chairperson and the chairman of the Committee on Legislative Franchises representing the Second District City of Parañaque National Capital Region. Sino? Dermalog, do you have a provision of that nature?
If Your Honor, please, with your kind permission.
Yes.
Section 6 of scope of contract and project.
Could you please bring the mic
Microphone.
closer to you so that
Mr. Chair.
we can hear it?
Section 6, entitled Scope of Contract and Project. The contract covers provision of all goods and services and the execution of the project, which comprises the planning, customization, development, design, migration, integration, procurement, supply, installation, testing, commissioning, management, implementation, repair, maintenance, service, and upgrade by the solutions provider of the new LTO ICT system during the operating period in accordance with and as fully described in the technical specifications, the service level agreement, the contract, and all legal requirements. And with respect to the source code, the provision is the source code for the customized software or other application systems that form part of the new LTO ICT system, as indicated in the technical specifications, shall be owned by the procuring entity, LTO. For this purpose, such source code shall be deposited in escrow under a source code escrow agreement to be entered into by the parties, providing for the release of the source code to the procuring entity in case of termination of or for other valid reasons set forth in this contract. Source code for developed applications modules will be owned by the procuring entity and shall be turned over to the procuring entity immediately upon completion of the project. Because, Your Honor, the project includes the maintenance period of 5 years, which will end in October 2025. That is when the project is considered completed.
Or what provision of your contract says that the period would include the maintenance period?
Your Honor, it's the
That's your interpretation.
it's section 6,
What is in section 6?
which
You
I
just
read,
read it,
Your Honor,
and-
the scope of contract and project. The scope of contract and project, which as I quoted earlier, includes not only the planning, customization, development, design, migration, integration, procurement, supply, installation, testing, commissioning, management, implementation, repair, maintenance, service, and upgrade by the solutions provider. This is really the case, Your Honor, in case of IT contracts, because it will give, during the maintenance period, the proponent to iron out all the bugs in the software and continue to customize it in accordance with the needs of the procuring entity.
The provision speaks of an escrow agreement. Is there one?
None yet, Mr. Chair.
Bakit wala?
Our positioning here, Mr. Chair, instead of considering that the project is already done, meaning to say but turning it over immediately to the LTO. I think the definition is the project. What is what the term project used?
Yes, but what constitutes completion of the project? I
Again,
think that's very
again, you haven't asked permission to speak. Huwag po kayong sumagot kaagad-agad. Hindi
sorry,
naman
Your
po
Honor.
kayo tinatanong eh.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Second time. Yung third, siguro, you will be declared out of order. Ano po?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay. The chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Philemon Espares, Chairman of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, representing Party List Co-op NATCO. Welcome po kayo. Yeah. So,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, no, in Section 6 of the contract, Schedule of Requirements, it appears in page 89 of the 229-page contract. It defines the project completion, and it says here that it starts on, it specifies a period of 260 weeks. And this period has already been completed. And yes, Your Honor, and maintenance is not part of the things that needs to be done in order for the project to be completed.
again, that becomes a legal issue. Which provision will prevail? Cited by the provision cited by Dermalog and the provision that you have cited.
That's right.
But be that as it may, my personal opinion is that yung mas specific na provision of law should be the one to prevail.
May I comment, Mr. Chair?
Regarding the issue?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, because, I've done PPP projects. That provision that was cited, Mr. Chair, was a very smart, intuitive provision for the private sector. That provision essentially is a payment mechanism provision. If you go through the flow, the only way you'll get the source code is when it's done and they're paid. Diba? Contractual completion and payment. Okay. But my request to Dermalog and to LTO, fine to be objective, they cited the provision, but for the database, I think what would be fair at this point, you hold on to your contractual provision in the source code, but the database access is different. You should give that to the LTO. Because my interpretation is source code and it's a payment mechanism, di ba? I think you can cite all the legal arguments, but I think morally, if you really meant what you said earlier, that you wanted a cutting-edge solution, somebody said they've been here 15 years, 20 years, wanted to help the country, I think the right thing to do Because now I see that that source code issue is a payment mechanism to make sure they get paid. But on the database, you have no reason to hold on to that. That's public data. That should be with the government. Could we get a response on that?
What can you say, Dermalog, about the issue raised by the Honorable Dasa?
Morally, I think you're correct, but as I said, please allow us to work with that within that 2-week period and come up with a win-win solution with LTO.
Okay, I appreciate the response. Thank you for that. And I'm seeing brighter days for all the stakeholders, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Honorable Gus Tamputing is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to add to what the Honorable Dasa and the Chair mentioned earlier. Know that there was a previous contractor for LTO, and this was Stratcom. Stratcom, was this also your contract? Was this stipulation also in your contract on the source codes?
Answer, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chitude.
Contract is actually PPP, Your Honor. It's unlike Dermalog, we, as also presented earlier, we do not charge a cent of taxpayer money. And everything we do, including variation orders over 20 years. I think the good LTO po, our more something like change orders identified. We've done less than 1,000 charge, often only because of operational requirement. Other times at the direct request of then through LTO, all free of charge. So database access is always there. We gave LTO all the view. I don't know, maybe almost 2 years na po. We have given it all. So, again, I don't mean to sound like a tape recorder, but to be honest, I am sounding like a tape recorder because the issue has been ongoing like a recurring tape recorder. When we gave it the first time po, we thought it was the first and last time. So when we gave it the 10th time po last year, we thought it was the 10th and last time. So we decry statements by anybody that's using our not giving database as an excuse for their delayed implementation, as an excuse for the numerous contract extensions. And here we are, after having explained, not just in this hearing, but also in the past po, and also through letters po, of the numerous times we begin the database, to be told that according to them, just, what was it, like 30 minutes ago? They said the system was ready way back in August 2019. And so what was the excuse used between August 2019 up to June 2023 last year when we gave the date, when we've been giving the database over and over and over again? Also, Your Honor, allow us this humble opportunity to ask po, when they were, because this is an audit observation memo in the website that is read by Juan de la Cruz, when they were paid in full for the successful database migration in late 2020, December 2020 yata po, in the mid, while we were new in COVID, $500 million, when our people were lining up in barangay centers and covered courts begging for ayuda. And they were paid $500 million, supposedly for project completion na po, including database migration, only to use us, even implement kasi kulang database. And their own lawyer in so either they were correct, we did not surrender the database, so we for their being late, or they're wrong in blaming us. We were wrong, and therefore they were 2020. It is impossible that they were telling the truth. So 5-year maintenance begins after a successful turnkey completion. 5 years, October 2025, they just themselves said, meaning to say October 2020, na turnkey na po, na turnover na dapat, source codes and everything. No more need. That's why they were paid $500 million in December 20. So they kept blaming us. Well, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, the first time I spoke was to answer the question of the woman sorry po, I know she left. But again, she said about this database issue. Kaya kami po, we remain issue that should have been resolved, that was resolved according having completed everything. Tapos, I mean, that's bad against the government. I'm also a taxpayer myself. But that's also bad against us for using our name. Either they rightly collected, please apologize to our humble company, and refund the government for undue advance payments. Just one of the two, we don't demand both. Thank you po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think because just for clarity, because I think the issue is you got paid for it, but you have not surrendered something that you were paid for. Please answer through the chair.
Please.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would like to answer the allegations. So, yes, we were paid for data migration because we migrated successfully all data given to us. But the data given to us in that time, was it complete, the data from that was expected, that was requested? Actually, the contract says in one of the bid bulletins, question and answers, will the winning bidder given access to the previous database? And the answer was yes from the beginning of the project. And this until now has not happened. Will the data was turned over? Which data was turned over? Yes, there was data turned over and we've successfully migrated all data turned over to LTO, or better to say, to LTO. All this data was successfully migrated. However, and this now comes to the key point, the system was ready for go live. Who was not ready was some district offices were not ready, and there was missing electricity or something that was out of the control of Dermalog. So this is why some offices continued using the old system. So there was another data gathering on the old Stratcom system. And of course, there is a gap growing and growing. And this is what was requested by LTO to give in a 6-month term or 1-year term so that this gap can be closed until all the transactions are done only and solely in LTMS. And in regards to the claim that it's free of use, I'm sorry, Mr. Kiambao, you charge computer fees. So it's not, I think Stratcom is not a charity organization. So, and it is okay. Everyone is, yeah. So this is the way of how the taxpayer, the taxpayer or the person transacting in LTO is paying. It's not through taxes, it's through computer fees.
Thank you.
Yes, but again, going back to the argument, you got paid, and you never said, "Don't pay us because it's not yet complete." You never said that. So, how you accepted payment for that?
Well, we successfully migrated all data, and this was the task. given, and this was the milestone to be paid for. Successful migration, and we migrated all the data, and we don't charge anything for migrating again and again and again. So it was the successful migration of the data given to LTO in that time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I have other questions on my round, I'll ask it. Thank
Thank
you,
you, Your Honor. LTO. Tama rin po yung sabi ng Stratcom na sa pagre-report dito sa committee na ito, sabi nila na ito-turn over yung data. Tama. Kasi ako ang chairman kaya alam ko na nagko-comply sila na submit. Ang tanong, tama po ba yung data na tina-turn over as required by Dermalog?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Tama naman po daw yung data as required by, not only by Dermalog, but also by LTO, Your Honor.
So, JCT, bakit nagkakaroon pa ng problema? Is there a technical problem regarding the transfer of the data from Stratcom to Dermalog?
Mr. Chair, since we're not involved during that transition period, which supposed to be yun yung agreement during our technical working group, Mr. Chair. So ang ganda sana kung na-involve kami so that we're able to really see if talagang kompleto, Mr. Chair.
Sabi po nyo kanina, nagkaroon na po kayo ng initial meetings. Tama po? Pero somewhere it stopped. Bakit po natigil?
What happened, Mr. Chair, there was an agreement that they will be turning over the data from Stratcom to the ICT first. So that we'll check before we turn over to Dermalog. That was the first agreement so that we can check.
Nasunod ba?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, hindi. Kasi nabalitaan na lang namin that rumekta na po ang Dermalog, ang Stratcom turn over directly to LTO.
Pero present ba sila nung nag-usap-usap kayo nito sa technical working group?
During the turnover, Mr. Chair, we're not involved anymore. Sad to say. I think there was a transition kasi, Mr. Chair. I think I remember sino ba yung there was a OIC that time, Mr. Chair. So I forgot his name. Villacorta. So OIC Villacorta that time, although we have an agreement already that they will be somehow involving or gamitin si DIC ng that turnover, pero nagulat na lang ko kami na biglang na turnover na hula pala yung database without us.
Sa 2 weeks na binigay namin po na mag-ayos-ayos with the recommendation of the Honorable DASA, siguro ma-solve na itong problemang ito.
Actually, we're just here, Mr. Chair, to perform our mandate.
Yes.
As the ICT. But if and only if Dermalog can really treat us already as their partner,
Well,
Mr. Chair. So I think
You give us a report kung ayaw nila mag-cooperate and we'll do the rest. No, this is only a hearing on the update. There's a pending inquiry in aid of legislation about this issue. I can reopen it para lahat magko-comply. Maliwanag po siguro yun. Tama? Sa 2 weeks, kindly give us that report as required by the Honorable DASA. Yusek.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next interpellator is the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Yeah.
You have the floor, sir.
Maikli lang to, Mr. Chair. Alas 2 na eh. So we're going to the plenary already. Anyway, I think Yusek, siguro one of the requirements that this committee is asking, yung 2 weeks compliance, no? Kasi last June 2023 ata, you have tried to have this agreement already. But were you able to put that into writing na meron kayong what you call the tripartite agreement or something that everybody will sign, gentleman's agreement? Did you have a written agreement on this?
We have all the minutes of the meeting and signed back and forth document, Mr. Chair, we will provide also the
And
committee,
they never
Mr. Chair.
complied, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair,
So it's just one ano lang po yun, isang meeting lang po yung nangyari.
3 meetings, Mr. Chair.
And all the technical aspect were not discussed.
Example, Mr. Chair, if may I elaborate, this is actually to assist. You know, we're not an antagonistic department. So again, I iterate that we're here to really make this work together. There was a letter signed by both DOTR and LTO directly to Dermalog to provide already the API, okay, so that we're able now to have the digital driver's license using the eGov super app, where there's already a presidential directive that everyone should use, Mr. Chair. It's just not, we're just following the order also. And imagine that time, a lot of people complaining about receiving a paper document, Mr. Chair, replacing the actual driver's license. In other countries, Mr. Chair, I remember Asek Jart Togade that time, he was the one who asked our assistants that time, although we received also another letter from Asek Mendoza. It says in the letter that, and they're very happy. In fact, imagine instead of declaring that we'll be issuing paper document, finally we can declare like other first world countries that they cannot access in their mobile phone. Imagine if they're able to comply that time, Mr. Chair. People are clapping their hands already that for the first time they can access their, hindi po nabigay po yon. Instead of giving to us, Mr. Chair, the API, and they're not replying, and they are actually, I attended a meeting. I remember I attended a meeting at DOTR. They invited me to join the meeting together with Secretary and Dermalog. And Dermalog was not, if I may say, they're trying to claim the data privacy. Okay, that's why they cannot just give the API to us.
Yeah, okay. So I was able to read that before it was like 2021 yung it will be a license that online license, I was able to read that issue. So do you deny of course you deny it, you will deny it, of course. Dermalog.
With your permission, Mr. Chair. Thank you. If you have access to your LTO account in LTMS, you have a digital license on your phone.
Yeah,
so the digital license is there, it's present.
All right.
To describing...
Okay, enough. Okay na, I understand. Anyway, basically we all know the problem, no? Well, the access. Hindi naman tayo bobo dito na hindi natin naiintindihan that we cannot access sa ganyan kung hindi binibigay yung source code. Hindi ako masyadong techie na tao, but I do understand that we need a code in order to access to everything, di ba? And basically, yun yung nagiging predicament ng ating government agency with regards to this issue that we wanted to be made in the LTMS. And I wanted to explore, Mr. Chair, yung items that were mentioned by the Dermalog that they have to comply with. And that was the 70 items that they were already complied and 60 items that to be delivered. But according to them, it's all minor items. And kanina I was a bit aghast if that is true. Is it true that the 60 items that to be delivered are all minors, considering the items that you have mentioned here, like MBUC portion? Liwanagin po natin, no? Kasi ang taong bayan na pinakikinggan po to eh. Pero siguro ipaliwanag natin ng tama kung ano yung gustong mangyari ng LTO saka ng ating pong DICT with regards to sa mga pinapasok po ninyo. Kasi ang sinasabi po ninyo dito sa transaction na cannot be made doon sa kanilang system, ano-ano ba to? At anong pinaka-importansya dito sa amin na mga mananakay at mga may-ari ng mga sasakyan? Anong importansya? Unang-una, MBUC, ano to?
Mr. Chair, yung MBUC, di ho malit na bagay po yan, no? This is the motor vehicle users charge.
Okay.
LTO is mandated to collect the proper fees. No? Pero the problem with the LTFS is that we are experiencing problems on the ground. That it
So ito,
cannot...
putulin ako tayo, Yusek, ito yung kinukuha nating bayad sa kanila pagdating po dun sa rehistro ng ating motor vehicle.
Opo.
Di ba? And there's a certain amount on this, di ba? Magkano yung amount dito?
Correct po.
Magkano yung amount dito?
May table po yan na...
Okay, may table yan sa paniningil. And at the same time, pag small vehicle, big vehicle, mga ganon. Tapos noon, meron dito, kapag over collection ka and under collection, you have to return back the money. Am I right? And dito, you were asking as well na sinasabi nyo, no MBUC adjustment for under collection and over collection.
That's correct.
So, that's the reason why you're asking the dermalog to give you an access in order to be able to be able to find out if there is an over or under collection. Tama po ba yan?
Mr. Chair, we know that there is a wrong computation. That's why I met with them last week, precisely to address this immediately, because pag over collection, kawawa naman po yung taong bayad na nagbabayad ng sobra-sobra.
So in other words, kung nagbayad ng tao ng sobra, hindi mo na malalaman, hindi na nabalik for the past so many years because you have no access to that.
Exactly po, no? Kaya kailangan po ma-refund dapat po yun, pero mahirapan na po ang refund procedure sa ating gobyerno. Pag undercharge naman po, baka magkukulang ang ating taxes to be remitted to the government.
And you were able to find this out na through the years na trying to upgrade or to level up the system, ito yung wala doon sa TOR.
Ito lang, pagpasok ko po sa LTO, one of the things that I discussed with the district offices, ano ba talaga ang problema? At ito po ang ulit-ulit na dinalabas silang problema, yung pag-collecta po sa motor vehicle user charge.
Ito, katulad nito, hindi kayo makapag-process ng mga classification ng motor vehicle na for hire to private, which require adjustment of the MBUC. Ito yung, hindi rin kayo hindi nyo ma-access sa system yon.
Opo, kasi yung linkage pa ho ng...
Yeah, understand now. Okay. So, with regards to ang dami kasi, no? Kaya gusto kong ipakita sa ating mga kababayan na hindi simple yung 60 items that we are trying to mention a while ago. It's not all minors na you were trying to tell us, Dermalog, it's just parang transferring from red to green. Hindi ganun kasimple. We have to clarify those things, ha? So, do you agree with all those statements that are being mentioned by Chairman Mendoza? Dermalog.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The so-called wrong MVUC charges that are mentioned is in so far minor that it's out of 52 scenarios that are possible, it's affecting 2 scenarios that are super unlikely. This is for a motor vehicle that is not registered for more than 2 years, which plate number is 0, and it will registered in December. So this is the moment when the system had a small glitch. This is solved already and in QA.
Is this solved already?
It is in the QA system, so it can be implemented anytime with the permission of LTO.
You're trying to tell us that it was already solved within your system.
It is solved we tested it already. It can be put in production anytime.
Is this correct?
For testing pa you, Mr. Chair, it's not yet solved.
Okay.
For testing.
Ang hirap dito, hindi natin malaman kung sino talaga nagsasabi ng totoo. But there's nothing, wala namang mawawala sa gobyerno kung, anyway. Ituloy natin, no? Ituloy natin yung tinatanong ko, no? Katulad nito, yung double license. Meron kayo binabanggit na dito, to stop, you need a tool to prevent double license, which is happening right now, di ba? Marami nagpapagawa ng mga iba't ibang lisensya. It is not included in the actual system that we have right now.
Well, ito po yung mga enhancements na gusto natin magawa sa LTO, no? Because we are now slowly trying to merge the 2 database, wherein yung mga nakakuha po ng lisensya under the old database, dapat sana mabasa na ng new system so that a person who would like to apply for a license cannot apply a license in the new system and in the old system, thus eliminating the chance for double license.
Okay, ito, meron naman sa LES, no implementation of revocation of driver's license without Dermalog's joint ventures intervention.
Dati po, we cannot access our database, we cannot access the system. We always
So hindi mo marerevoke yung driver's license unless that you ask permission from Dermalog.
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Opo, sila po ang gagawa.
So, wala kayong na-revoke na paggamit ng system. Kung ginagamit nyo yung system, once that you wanted to revoke that license, you don't have that power.
We have to course it through their below. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, Dermalog.
of course, LTO on its own can revoke a license. What does a revocation mean? It is deleted. There is no more license because it's revoked. You don't have any more license. What this scenario means is you revoke the revocation, which is a little bit interesting thing to do because if the license is revoked, it's revoked. So what
So,
is the correct scenario as per law?
Yeah, Mr. Dankel. So, in other words, what you're trying to tell us that there is a provision on your system that you also try to delete those licenses that to be revoked.
If it's revoked, it is marked as revoked and it is not accessible anymore for anyone. So what is
Anyway,
needed is
okay.
then to
Ganito po yun
pay this back.
Sige, Chairman.
Nire-revoke, the license is revoked by LTO. And it is recorded as revoked. Now, if you want to get it back, you cannot do it.
If it's revoked, you have as per IRR to apply for a new license.
Thank you, Chairman, for helping us with that, no? Okay. Tapos dito naman, no lifting of revocation without Dermalog's JBs, no monitoring or reporting for release of confiscated driver's license. Kasama din to. Ang dami eh. So these are not minors. I think these are significant that we need to really address this. And most likely, siguro sa DICT, so most likely talagang you need to have a third party, parang third party auditor to aside from the DICT, kasi nakikita natin, I don't know if they are not trusting you anymore, dahil nga you take sides with the LTO, but not taking sides, but you're trying to do what is mandated on you, But of course, in this hearing, nakita naman nila yung ginagawa nyo ay nakaside po tayo sa LTO. Most likely, I think, Mr. Chairman, meron tayong parang tinatawag na third party to find out yung mga technical issues that you're going to tackle in the 2 weeks time that was given to you by the committee, no? Sige, Yusek, please.
Mr. Chair, may I respond? Actually, Mr. Chair, and well, we are correcting the impression that the ICT is not capable. That's why we are the Department of Information and Communications Technology. So when I joined the government, the first thing that we've done is to bring talents inside the ICT, Mr. Chair. Yes, might be in the past that the ICT might don't have that, but we are now capacitated with people, Mr. Chair. We don't need third party to do assessment, Mr. Chair. We can prove that in the next 2 weeks' time. In fact, Mr. Chair, although our problem now is just the continuity of the people that join us because of the low salary of the ICT but thank you for the approval of the e-government bill that was approved by Congress to raise the salary of the IT people inside the government. But Mr. Chair, rest assured that we don't need third party to conduct that so-called technical assistance and
Thank you for that assurance,
Thank you.
Yusek, kasi that's what we're trying to be assured of, kasi alam mo, hindi naman kami mga technical people dito, and what we wanted is to abreast us with all the things that you're going to discuss there, especially yung mga bagay na technical na they're denying and you are denying as well with regards to the transfer of data and the and the source code that needed to be delivered, no? So, eto na lang, Mr. Chair, no? Pagdating doon sa bayaran, no, ng mga fees charged as reported by the IT providers, meron tayong binabayad na 50 pesos to 80 pesos para po doon sa convenience fee, no? Paano breakdown ito? Halimbawa, nagbayad kayo sa medical clinic, sa driving school, sa emission, sa PMBIC. So, anong breakdown ito? Magkano pupunta sa dermalog? Magkano pupunta doon sa mga service provider?
Mr. Chair, per our understanding, this goes to the service provider.
Everything?
Everything po. No?
To them?
Hindi po.
Service provider?
Ng IT provider po ng medical clinic.
Okay, so yung service provider, yun ang
personal contract.
Yeah.
Contract with
So sa kanila na lang yung kanilang maintenance yearly. Yun lang ang binabayad natin sa kanila.
That's right.
And basically kumikita ang Dermalog saka Stratcom doon sa binabayad natin sa maintenance.
Ang Dermalog po doon sa maintenance na binabayaran po natin, ang Stratcom po charges a computer fee.
So how do you earn Dermalog? Where do you get your earnings from this transaction?
We don't get any transactional earnings. Let me say, sayang, we don't get any transactional fees. So it's really we depend on the yearly maintenance costs.
Don't you have any access to all these service providers that have been put into the system?
Unfortunately.
Are you sure?
Yes,
100%?
100%.
Are you under
Unfortunately.
oath? Ay, hearing lang pala to, no? Yes, doon na lang sa susunod na hearing. So you don't have any access with all these, service providers that under your system?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes. Who owns the Dermalog? You are part owner, right? You are a part owner.
Part owner of
Dermalog.
me?
Yes.
No, I'm just a project director. I'm just assigned
so
to the project.
Who owns the Dermalog?
It's my boss,
German company.
and the German government. The
Yes,
German
and
government owns.
partly owned by the Filipinos, correct?
No,
Oh, no, Filipinos?
no. We have a lot of Filipinos working here. Yes, but
So it's a joint venture.
it's a joint venture. Yes,
So how many percent is the percentage of the Filipino
60.
counterpart?
60.
60%? Oh,
No?
hindi nyo pa sigurado, nagtatalo pa kayo dyan? O baka 100% owned by the German, Sige, Mr. Sir.
Attorney
Go ahead.
Peralta po. Congressman, with the speaker's, with the chairman's indulgence.
Yes.
Dermalog opened here a branch office. So it's completely German.
Completely owned by the German people?
It's a branch office. It's a
At the
branch
German
office,
company?
not a subsidiary.
A branch?
Yes.
Is that allowed, Mr. Chairman, that a public utility being owned 100% by foreigners? Are you telling me that this is Filipino are not part of this company?
No, Your Honor, the project proponent is a joint venture led by Dermalog and two other Filipino
Yes.
entities.
Okay, so
For the information of the chairman
I'm
of
sorry
the
kasi first time lang ako matend itong
Committee on
hearing na to.
Public Order and Safety,
Oh.
it's a joint venture of two Filipino companies with the German company.
Yun. Kasi,
And as far as I can recall, in the first hearing dito, there was a problem between Dermalog and one of their Filipino company joint venture friends, right? And the case went up to the Department of Justice. I think that's correct.
correct po. So in
Yes.
favor of Dermalog.
Yes, I know.
okay, ingat kayo sa mga actions kasi action speaks louder than words. Okay, anyway, can you kindly submit to us yung the meron ng submission sila ng joint venture? Did you submit to the committee the joint venture agreement with those Filipino counterparts? Can you kindly submit to us the joint venture agreement and at the same time the financial statement under the Bureau of Internal Revenue? Okay, so Para makita po natin, aside sa binayad sa inyo ng gobyerno na almost 2.5 billion, makita po natin yung mga excess financial statement there as well. Okay? Anyway.
Can you submit that, Dermalog?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so for now, Mr. Chair, yun na lang po muna dahil kayo na po magtatanong at I'm sure one hour kayo. So maraming salamat at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Chairman Dan Fernandez. I'll give the privilege to the Honorable Gaston Bunting, the Chairman of the Committee on Franchises. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you. And though my name was after you, and to go after the Honorable Dan Fernandez, who promised to deliver a very short interpellation. But I think that was not really short. Okay. But anyway, compared to the others, maybe compared to the others, that was short. Because he can do it for 1 hour and a half by himself. Okay, he can do a one-man show. So I'd like to thank the Honorable Dan Fernandez for, through the chair. I'd like to thank my colleague and my uncle for a very short interpretation of 45 minutes. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask with the permission of the chair, I'd like to ask the dermatolog if do you have any other contracts with any other country aside from the Philippines?
Dermalog has around 260 large-scale international contracts and installations worldwide.
260?
Yes, po.
In 200, so that's one contract per country?
No, sir. We have several installations in one country.
So how many countries are you dealing with?
I think at the moment it's around 41.
41 countries.
Yes, po.
At has any other country renewed an existing contract with you?
Yes, po, several times.
Like who?
Brunei. To stay here in the Asian region, Singapore. The whole airport is Indonesia. Yeah, so many.
Okay.
Haiti.
Since you mentioned Indonesia, sir, are you aware that the biometric identification system in Indonesia that was used in Indonesia is now under question by the National Police Criminal Investigation Agency. According to the U.S. Ambassador to the Philippines, dermalog services were discontinued because of system failed and deliver requirements of the Indonesian government. You mentioned Indonesia, not me. This is true.
This is a very interesting interpretation of what really happened. The system was renewed. It is 100% working. It is running. And then the Indonesian government just wanted to change and started a new bidding, and then another contractor came in. So it has nothing to do with failure of dermalog. It was just a new bidding, new bidded out, and then someone else won. What is happening?
So are you still doing Indonesia or not anymore?
We're still there.
But you just said there was a bidding conducted and it was awarded to another contractor.
This is different projects. We have a lot of projects.
No, I'm talking of the existing contract. I'm specifically the biometric identification system.
I'm project director here in the Philippines. I'm not so deep. I can provide you, and I think we made a clarification and a press statement on these wrongly made allegations in the Philippine media in regards to this issue. I would like to refer to this.
So you don't have an answer. You don't know the status of that particular project in Indonesia that was rejected by the Indonesian government.
Well, I refer to the answer we gave in the press that was the wrong statements and the legal cases filed and won against those statements.
Anyway, according to my research, in March 2023, the Indonesian ambassador to the Philippines, Agus Wijojo, also sent a letter to Abono Party List representative Robert Raymond Estrella, alleging that Indonesia and several other countries have encountered problems with Dermalog, resulting in its termination of service.
With your permission, sir, I will submit an answer to this with our statements and with also supporting documents coming from the Indonesian police to really solve this so we don't have to be bothered by other countries anymore.
Well, the reason why I'm stating this is it's not that I'm bothered by other countries. All I'm saying is that, we paid 3.2 billion pesos for a company whose services have been rejected by another country. I'm not saying your defense is wrong or you're at fault, but I'm saying is according to the statements and the research, you were rejected. So that now puts the question, were we correct in awarding this contract to you?
Well, you have the most advanced and best land transportation system that I know. And many other countries are really looking with jealousy on this project and are about to implement something like this. If we go back to my home country in Germany, it's much more complicated to get a driver's license than here. The process is digitalized. It's perfect. It's really, we need to implement it full. We need to show the full power of LTMS. There is a lot of features that are unused, that were developed and that was paid for, that are unused for me unknown reasons. Use it fully, and I say again, you have the most advanced, the best system that I know so far for land transportation management.
So question is, why hasn't your country adopted your system if it's the most advanced?
Well, when we talk about Germany, it's even more complicated sometimes than here.
I don't understand. Explain.
This is an unanswerable question, really. We have installations in Germany as well. But for the land transportation, this is the flagship project, and now other countries are looking into it and say, okay, we want to adopt. And maybe Germany will one time also get the LTMS.
Okay. So anyway, I'm just putting forward the research that my office has made as far as your company is concerned, and that it has been rejected by some countries. That's for you to refute. As you said, you're going to send us a position paper in your defense, because you cannot really answer me categorically. My only concern is, we just paid 3.2, and I think 2.5 has been paid. So there's a balance of 700 million. And here we are, our officials of LTO and DOTR are questioning the other things that you were supposed to give that you didn't end up giving, like source codes, because now you're claiming something else, which they're claiming is not really part of it. So, we're trying to avoid also a gridlock. And I'm not comfortable when we have outsourced this contract for 3.2 billion and to a company that has also problems in other parts of the world. So anyway, I will wait for your position paper, Mr. Chair. And I will wait for that, and I will hope to see a good answer to this research work before the chair, because he's looking at the possibility of going and to call hearings on the resolution that has been filed for a investigation in aid of legislation. Of course, be rest assured that we will come in more prepared than we are now, and for us to be able to clear the air. Was the Filipino people shortchanged? That will be the the question that will have to be answered in the coming months. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was short compared to the interpellation of the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's
Thank you. I think it's my time now.
Yes, sir.
May I ask the LTO, are you still using or availing of the services of Stratcom?
Your Honor, as far as around,
Yes or no?
yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, if that is so, which services does Dermalog continue to fail to provide that prompts the need to use the Stratcom system?
Your Honor, in places like the Bangsamoro area, the LTMS is not yet functional. In certain areas, district offices in the Zamboanga Peninsula, where they have reported intermittent internet signal, they are using the LTO IT system. As far as certain transactions, as we mentioned before, our district offices continue to use the Stratcom system. Which one is that, Your Honor?
Dated 13 December 2023. Yes. Why is there a need for this memorandum circular to all your regional directors to use the Stratcom system?
We would like to limit, Your Honor, the use of the Stratcom system as part of our migration to full utilization of the LTMS system. So we specifically, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one where we specifically itemize the transactions that where the Stratcom system can be used.
Yeah. So in conclusion, you're trying to tell us that these services cannot be provided by the Dermalog system.
That's
Is that
right.
true?
That's right, Your Honor, as far as the report to be is concerned.
So they cannot, Dermalog cannot provide
Yes.
these services.
Yes, Your Honor, we have problems still with the usage of Dermalog as far as that's concerned.
Would you agree with that, Dermalog?
With your permission and
Yes, I'm
We
asking you the
totally-
question already.
we totally disagree. All services could be done in Dermalog system, and this already since quite a while. I know there is always some, there can be a bug in somewhere, and that there is a minor glitch or something. I would just request, we are at 97%, so this 3% can be, it is, let's say, a non-existence. Use it 100%, turn off the old system, and you will see that we will not have to have these meetings anymore, because there needs no more turnover of databases or something to be done, because everything will be in the government-owned database already.
So you're trying to tell this committee that you can provide all these services as enumerated by the LTO in this memorandum circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This MVUC computation that is mentioned as the main reason, it is mainly because wrong encoding of data, or there is scenarios where the motor vehicle was registered in the Dermalog system. 1 year later, it is renewed in the IT system for whatever reason. And then the next year, the person comes back and it's in Dermalog system. And then the Dermalog system, because it's automated, will say, hey, you did not renew for 1 year. You have to pay this fees or extra charges. But this can be corrected, and LTO has the access to correct this. We gave the access to the MID, who can correct such cases. But this is really, really rare cases. And in those cases, it can be already done and corrected by LTO themselves without any intervention of the analog.
Thank you. May I direct the ICT to, in the continuation of their technical working group, pakitingnan nyo lang po ito.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yung LTO, you're charging convenience fees and uploading fees. Tama?
No, Your Honor.
Who is charging the convenience fees?
These are the private providers, IT providers, Your Honor. For example, like the payment platform provider, Paynamics, they have a convenience fee being charged for the online transactions, Your Honor.
Yeah. But could you tell us the companies that charge this convenience fees and uploading fees?
I don't have the full names, Your Honor, but for each of the service, like PTC, PNVIC, there's a separate group of IT providers who charge a uploading fee. For the medical clinics, the same is true. For the driving schools, the same is true. So they have their own IT providers that provide the uploading services, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We can put them together and submit it to the committee if that's all right, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's talk about the convenience fees. In your presentation, the charges range from 50 to 80 pesos.
That was what was told to us, Your Honor.
Ito po, charge ng LTO every time there's an application for a driver's license at saka vehicle registration.
Hindi po, this is not being charged by LTO, Your Honor.
Eh, paano sila nababayaran?
It's charged to the agency po, like it's charged to the driving school, it's charged to the medical clinic, private transaction po nila yan. LTO has nothing to do with this fees, Your Honor.
So, hindi kasama dun sa binabayad ng driver sa LTO?
Hindi po.
Hindi po. Now, may I know the difference why it's from 50 to 80?
This was just information relayed to us by our research team, Your Honor. It varies. I'm not sure, Your Honor, why there is a variance. But we noted that there is such a difference in per IT provider, Your Honor.
Now, how were these companies selected? Were they accredited?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who accredits them?
LTO accredits them, Your Honor.
Or may I know what is the authority for LTO to accredit these private companies?
They precisely link up to our system, Your Honor. And,
I beg your pardon?
They link up to our system, Your Honor.
Yes, they link up to your system?
They upload to the LTMS, Your Honor.
And you do not get anything from them when they use the LTMS of government?
None, Your Honor.
Why?
At this stage, we're not into charging them any fees.
Why not? I'm asking you, why? They are using the system owned by government. Why are you allowing it?
That was it's a good point, Your Honor. It's worth looking into. Right now, Your Honor, it was the process because LTMS does not charge. It's for free. That is our positioning. It's for free. So we don't charge any extra for uploading to our system, Your Honor.
So, if a government system is used by private companies to earn, would that be allowed by law?
That is part of
yes or no?
It can be allowed, Your Honor, by law.
Which law is that?
Well, Your Honor, I'm looking into the situation we're in. It is a service also being done to the government, Your Honor, in making sure that the data being uploaded to LTO is clean data and accurate data, Your Honor. The same is true for a lot of government agencies and instrumentalities that are linked up with LTO, Your Honor. We do not charge any fee. MMDA as well as other LGUs, Your Honor.
Would the OTR agree with this, or did you approve this?
Mr. Chair, we did not, I don't remember any approval coming from the secretary about.
So, LTO can do this without the approval of the OTR?
Your Honor, if I may, in fact.
I'm not asking you.
I'm sorry, Your
I'm
Honor.
asking the OTR.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, please let me check the records because I haven't seen any communication, but since this is a system being managed by LTO, we will look into it, Mr. Chair.
You mentioned a company a while ago, Paynamics. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And may I know who signed the accreditation of this company?
It was the past leadership of LTO, if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor. It's not during this our time.
And you agree that you can continue that system?
No, Your Honor. In fact,
Or why did you not stop it?
we are already taking steps, Your Honor, in reviewing the contract and how to address those concerns on Paynamics, Your Honor.
Is there a contract between LTO and Paynamics?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is the only company accredited by LTO?
As far as payment platform is concerned, yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Mag-isa lang siya.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nako-coordinate niya lahat ng negosyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that also allowed by law?
Your Honor, I don't think so. It's
Okay.
precisely why we want to open it up.
Is that not supposed to be bidded out?
I've cleared with the Secretary, Your Honor, the accreditation of the service providers. And the guidelines of the Secretary to be, Your Honor, is that for as long as it's open to everyone, then it may be allowed, Your Honor. So what we'd like to do is open that system to as many payment platforms as possible, Your Honor.
Yes, Yusek Kayabra.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I confirm that the secretary gives specific direction to LTO, saying that it should the public should be given an option as to which provider to use, and there should be, what are the other conditions, Asek?
It's open to everybody. Your
It should be open to everybody, Mr. Chair. So the
Yes.
bottom line is to make sure that the payment becomes convenient for the transacting public. But that is so far as the direction is concerned, Mr. Chair. The details we defer to LTO, Mr. Chair.
What I'm asking is, why is there only one company accredited for such? Meron ng some sort of a monopoly insofar as this thing is concerned.
Your Honor, there have been a couple of payment platforms that already signified their intention to put up.
That's not my question.
The reason why we are unable to put more, Your Honor, because we need the API, the access code from Dermalogs, Your Honor.
From
Dermalog, Your Honor.
Are you trying to tell me that Dermalog approve also the operations of Paynamics?
I don't know their relationship, Your Honor, but we cannot act or allow new ones to come in without the cooperation of Dermalog, Your Honor.
Would that be true, Dermalog?
Mr. Chair, the accreditation was before my time. However, I know that there is a four-party agreement between, I think, the Bureau of Treasury, LTO, Paynamics, and I don't know who's the other one, that was signed before my time.
Oh. Nagbabanggaan na naman kayo eh.
Your Honor, the facts speak for itself. There's only one contract entered into by LTO, and there's only one payment platform to date. We have repeated in many times asked Dermalog to open up this system precisely. And they cited to us the provision again in the contract.
I don't know. Why is it that a system that belongs to us cannot be used by us?
I agree, Mr. Chair. It's precisely.
And what are you doing about it?
I agree, Mr. Chair. It's precisely why we've been asking for the database and access code, so we can work with the ICT in opening up the system to everybody.
May I ask, Dermalog, if we come up with another, shall we say, company like Paynamics, would you allow it?
In case LTO is mandating us, requesting, sure, we are just a contractor. We will follow the direction of LTO.
That is supposed to be the case, right? Because we own that system.
As far as I remember, the previous administration was already started a process for accrediting other payment providers. It stopped.
So you request Dermalog from starting tomorrow for other companies to avail of this.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi pinapayagan nyo na magkaroon ng monopoly.
Mr.
At
Chair,
hindi ko rin alam kung nagbabayad ng taxes to. Walang kinikita ang gobyerno, pero sila kumikita.
correct, Mr. Chair. This is the first time I'm hearing this response from Dermalog, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Ay, nako. Is it true that Stratcom owns the contract for the BRMM?
The BARM uses, yes, Your Honor, the BARM uses the Stratcom system to date, Your Honor.
And is there a contract existing?
I do not know, Your Honor, as far as the BARM is
Are you not supposed to know that?
We requested already, Your Honor, what
No, I'm asking that question. Are you not supposed to know that? Sino ang kakontrata ng Stratcom?
not LTO, Your Honor, BARM.
I beg your pardon?
BARM, Your Honor.
BARM. And
Yes.
you do not know anything about it?
No, Your Honor. We just found out as when we were checking on the systems, Your Honor.
Now, you know, this situation is different from the other regional offices, tama? Yes. Now, how would this affect the delivery of services? Insofar as you're concerned?
I see it as a problem, Your Honor, because that would be a gap in the system. We will not be able to monitor the motor vehicles and licenses issued in BARM, which can be used outside the BARM area, Your Honor.
So there's a problem. Or there will be problems in the future.
That's right, Your Honor.
Now, how would you address these forthcoming problems?
Well, I understand that Dermalog is already coordinating with BARM as far as setting up the system, LTMS, in BARM, Your Honor.
So, again, Dermalog, why haven't the BARM been included in your system?
Well, sir, as far as Dermalog is concerned, or the LTMS is concerned, it's just opening another office which can be done by LTO at any time in the system, and it can be used by anyone. The problem is that the BARM, when they got their autonomous status, had no funds, to even buy the workstations whatsoever needed. So they used again, or they continued using the old IT system. That's the only reason. And now they are under MOTC. I think it's the LTO of BARM, and we are talking to them now.
Thank you. May I know how LTO and DOTR will address this problem?
Your Honor, on the technical side, we are happy to note, even before that, Dermalog is already coordinating with BARM as far as setting up the system is concerned. But even under the LTO IT system, Stratcom, we can already monitor the amount of licenses and registrations being done through the BARM. It poses a problem for us because in the sense that some of the registrations that used to go to our other regions are now going to the BARM. And so it's an operational concern on this matter, Your Honor, that we are now addressing.
Hopefully, we will address the problems that will arise from this. I think you are fairly warned beforehand. Now, let's go to PETC and PMBIC. Papa-excuse tayo. For a moment.
Wi-Fi ba dito, concept? May Wi-Fi ba?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the estimated number of vehicles in this country?
Are you asking DOTR, LTO, Mr. Chair?
LTO, siya nakakalam, di ba?
The restroom, Mr. Chair. And anyone from LTO can answer.
Can I answer the question, Your Honor?
And what is your position in LTO?
The acting chief of the Management Information Division.
And therefore, you would know the answer to my question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
The number of motor vehicles right now is around 27 million.
27 million. Yun yung nakarehistro.
Yes, sir.
Eh, yung hindi nakarehistro kasama. So, bakit nahihirapan kang sumagot?
What we monitor, sir, is the registered vehicles only.
Oh, alam ninyo na merong mga vehicles na unregistered. Tama? Do you know that?
No, sir.
You do not know that there are vehicles which are unregistered plying the routes of this, the roads of this country?
I know, sir, but the total number of unregistered vehicles, I don't know the exact number.
No. I am asking for the estimated number of vehicles running in the roads of this country. How many are there? Both registered and unregistered.
Yes, sir. Oh. Your Honor, for registered vehicles, Your Honor, we look at around 27 million vehicles.
Registered vehicles.
Registered is 14.3 million.
14.3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama yung registered vehicles mo as far as my knowledge is concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
14 million more plus
Yes,
ang registered vehicles.
Yes.
Pero hindi tayo magugma doon sa total number of vehicles na sabi mo 27?
Yes, Your Honor. We have noted around 13 million unregistered, Your Honor.
So there are a total of 27 registered and unregistered vehicles.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Doon po tayo hindi magkugma dahil sa akin, there are 40 million vehicles already in this country. Ang narehistro lang ay 14 million. That is why I'm going to ask that question. Why is this so? Sabi mo, 13 million yung unregistered. Why is this so?
Your Honor, some explanations given to me stretch from people do not register because anyway we are unable to enforce registration requirements on these vehicles, especially in the provinces, Your Honor. Some explanations given to me is that they were not able to register during the pandemic and it just carried over after the pandemic. Some say that their vehicles are already broken, dilapidated, and already set aside. So these are some of the reasons, Your Honor, that was given to me.
Are you aware of the consequences if these unregistered vehicles would continue to use the roads of this country?
Yes, Your Honor, that's why we are
And-
aggressively addressing this issue on delinquent motor vehicle registration.
Aggressively,
Yes, Your Honor.
RD. Anyway. Are there cross-border inspections and renewals in the LTO insofar as the PETCs are concerned?
We have noted, Your Honor, that there are indeed cross-border registrations. They get their testing in Region 3 and then they register in Manila.
I'll give you a background of this, if you do not know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Presently, PETCs are limited by their guidelines to inspect 80 vehicles a day per lane. Would that be correct? That is also called capping. Tama? And to circumvent this limitation, PETCs through their IT providers, also called middleware providers, and you're aware of this, utilize their connectivity with their other engaged PETCs who have not yet reached their capping, and instead onboard or offload the excess inspections. These other PETCs are often way beyond the location of the inspecting PETC, sometimes even as far as Visayas and Mindanao. Another type of cross-border transaction is when PETC, in connivance with fixers and even LTO personnel, fulfill the renewal portion of their all-in non-appearance package in district offices that are not in the same area of the inspecting PETC. For example, Makati District Office inspects 500 vehicles a day, and I do not know if you know that. Meanwhile, the PMVIC closest to it, which is about 1 kilometer away, but is in another city, barely inspects 50 vehicles in a day.
Yes, Your Honor. We have noted certain district, not just Makati, Your Honor. We have in fact identified certain district offices with the similar results, Your Honor. It's now under investigation, Your Honor.
Yes, it's under investigation, but how do you stop this? What is your solution? Yun po ang gusto kong malaman.
Your Honor, we have made recommendations for mandatory motor vehicle inspection already. No longer visual inspection as what's being done right now. And we are looking into the possibility of implementing VREF or vehicle registration extension facilities so that we can do online registration already. From where they are inspected, they can already proceed to online registration.
That is why a while ago, I said the accreditation of PETCs by DOTR should be based on certain criteria. One of them should be, if there is a PMVIC in the area, the PETCs there should be limited already, and the functions of the PETC vis-a-vis the PMVIC must be formulated. Now, I think your MID, your Management Information Division, LTO, you can place limitations. Di ba? Limitations that interconnection with other PETCs cannot be exploited. Kasi doon nangyayari. Baka hindi nyo alam yun. Nangyayari na nga eh. Yung taga Quezon, ang PETC niya dito sa Valenzuela. Pero, non-appearance. Nangyayari naman yun eh. I don't know if you know it, pero I know it. It is happening. How is that possible?
Yes, Your Honor, we have identified, in fact,
If you have identified them, why don't you put a stop to this?
we are already making.
Ang hirap nung non-appearance.
I may be permitted to answer, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The Authorization Committee, one of its powers, Mr. Chair, is to regulate the operations of these emission testing centers. And we have come up with a monitoring system po, where these emission centers, they upload to the OTR and they also upload to LTMS. So we have visibility on both. And then we compare them. Every time we see semblance or badges of non-appearance, edited pictures, or any irregularity, right away we issue show cause orders and we suspend them. In fact, we can submit to the committee, Mr. Chair, records of all the emission centers the committee closed with their violations. But as to your specific example, Mr. Chair, dun sa cross-boarding registration po, we have yet to develop a system to avoid those scenarios. But recently, meron po kayo sa may isang IT provider na pinasara. Because nahuli po namin, ganun po yung ginagawa nila.
It's happening.
Yes, sir. It's happening, and when it was reported to us, immediately we look into it. Their total number of quota exceeded far above the threshold. So right away, we suspended not only the IT provider, even the testing centers na clients po niya, Mr. Chair. So that, in our belief, should be a deterrent to these unscrupulous centers not to do the same. Otherwise, they will lose their business, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You have, I think you have a directive stating that NCR regions 3 and 4A mandatory na ang PMVIC as a requirement for the registration of vehicles. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair. That proposal is with the Secretary's office, Mr. Chair. Nasa Singapore lang po si Secretary for official travel.
In other words, if I look at it, the PMVIC program is a DOTR program. Tama? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And therefore, it should be true in all regions. Kaya nga, meron kayong quota, 112 plus 200. Would that be correct? For the whole country?
Ano po yung quota, Mr. Chair?
Yung PMVIC.
Yes, we have 112 total as of now, Mr. Chair.
And then plus 200? Did I hear you right a while ago?
206 yung...
Yes, 206.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung susunod
Opo.
na batch. In other words, that directive would tell me that PMVIC is not mandatory. Would that be correct?
As of now, yes, Mr. Chair, the PMVIC is not mandatory.
When would it become mandatory? Why is it mandatory sa 3 regions? In the other regions, it is not.
To clarify, Mr. Chair, the initial regions identified are considered pilot areas, Mr. Chair, since they comprise around 51% of the total registered vehicles in the country. So yung rollout po niya, dun muna sa top 3, and at the same time, Mr. Chair, we're trying to catch up with the critical mass. That's why ang promise po namin kay Secretary, ang instructions po niya, we should at least put up at least 100 centers by this year para po ma-roll out yung mandatory nationwide, Mr. Chair. So yun po yung programa.
Have you conducted a study before you came up with this decision na tingnan kung ano yung sitwasyon ng mga PMVICs? Whether they are earning or not? Some have closed, I think.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are aware that some centers have decided to close due to non-viability, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Kasi may competition nga eh. Di ba? And the other reason there is it's not yet mandatory.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you started this program not considering these consequences if an event happens. For example, yung COVID. Diba? And how do you intend to solve this?
If I may share the guidance of the Secretary, Mr. Chair, the Secretary really wants to modernize the transportation industry. That's why we have the PUV modernization program. At kaakibat po niyan, Mr. Chair, is imo-modernize din po yung pagre-regulate ng mga sasakyan, not only on the public mode but also on the private transportation, Mr. Chair. So modernization talaga po ang ating direction, Mr. Chair.
I think the COMSEC has invited a representative of the Vehicle Inspection Operators Association of the Philippines. Is Mr. Allison Oy present?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm here po.
Meron po ba kayong masasabi tungkol dito sa issue na ito? Kasi kayo po representative na kwan dito sa sa listahan namin.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Thank you po for inviting us here in your hearing. We agree po with the OTR na there really needs to be a critical mass when it comes to PMVICs, and we support their initiative dun sa pilot program. Yun nga po, Mr. Chair, we do not know how we can possibly attract more investors to invest in 100 more PMVICs if the current PMVICs are not making any money. Kasi po nagiging parang chicken and egg problem po siya. We cannot make it mandatory because there's no critical mass. Pero hindi rin tayo makakarating sa critical mass kasi kulang po yung investors natin because no one's interested. Nakikita po nila na yung current, a lot of PMVICs are not making any, are not even able to afford their operational expenses. One such PMVIC is my own. I'm actually, I have a PMVIC in Bohol. Taga Bohol po ako, Mr. Chair. Doon po ako nakatira. And I'm one of the original investors in Phase 1. Yung PMVIC ko po doon, never pa po ako lumampas ng 30 in one day sa inspections. In fact, my average daily inspections is only 5 to 10 a day. And yung equipment ko po doon, never ko pa po nagamit ng sabay yung 4 na lanes. 2 lanes lang po yung ginagamit ko kasi po wala po talaga kaming customer. And we cannot compete also with the PETCs that are around us because they enjoy the preferential treatment po from customers kasi yun po yung nakasanayan nila. And nanghihinayang po kami as PMVIC investors kasi nakikita po namin na maganda po sana yung program. It's really the modern solution to roadworthiness inspections and even registration kasi as Asik Viewer said earlier, if you go through a PMVIC, you can already register online. So actually, mas napapabilis po niya yung registration process ng mga sasakyan. We just hope po na with the pilot mandatory, they can also hopefully extend it to other island provinces na nakarating na po dun sa substantial compliance, Mr. Chair. Kasi po, hindi lang naman po yung 3 regions ang posibleng may capacity na po to accommodate the demand. Marami na pong regions and even island provinces that can already accommodate. That's our humble opinion po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Taga saan po kayo?
Taga Bohol po, Mr. Chair. Bohol, Region 7 po.
Nandun po yung PMVIC ninyo.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And Bohol is an island province.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And would you know the number of vehicles in Bohol?
Our estimate, Mr. Chair, actually I don't have the actual number, but in certain district offices, Mr. Chair, like for example in the district office in Tagbilaran City, I think there's about 400 vehicles being registered every day po.
Every day?
That's correct po.
LTO, ilan ba vehicles na nandun sa Bohol registered?
I don't have the Bohol province, Your Honor, but Region 7 is 1.1 million, Your Honor. But I can suspect the bulk of this will be Cebu. So I don't have the breakdown right now, Your Honor.
What can you say about the return of your investment, Mr. Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be honest, I really do not know how we can possibly get our ROI. In my case po, personally, I've had to restructure my loan in the bank because when we originally applied for that loan, it was based on the original parameters of the program, which was supposed to be mandatory. And our prices were at the original price, which was supposed to be 1,800 for light vehicles and 600 for motorcycles. And hindi po ako nag-iisa doon, Mr. Chair. Marami po kaming members sa VICO app na napilitan din pong mag-refinance and humingi po ng extension sa bangko. Kasi po, hindi po nila kaya yung interest payments sa mga loan po nila. So, when it comes to the ROI, to be honest, Mr. Chair, I cannot answer. I don't think we see anytime soon na makaka-return po kami sa investment namin.
No, so you're trying to tell this chairman that the OTR or LTO does not know how to protect its clients?
Mr. Chair, I understand po na the changes in our program came about during a very difficult time. It was during the pandemic and we were asked to lower our prices and tinanggalan po kami ng mandatory status. So, naintindihan naman po namin nung panahon na yon na kailangan makiisa kami sa mga policy makers namin. And we just hope na since medyo nakaraos na rin naman tayo ng pandemic and mukhang bumabalik na rin po yung sigla ng ekonomiya natin, na sana naman po hindi po kami mapag-iwanan and mabigyan din po ng pansin yung aming programa.
Thank you. As I've said, you were the ones who came up with this program, the OTR. May mga investor na nag-invest and hindi naman kaliitan yung investment nila. Diba? And if the OTR, who is in charge of this program, would not be able to protect them, but instead they aggravate the situation na hindi nila makuha yung kanilang ROI, then what are you? Di ba?
May I respond,
Yes.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, we can give you the assurance that we are doing everything to help and assist yung mga nag-invest. In fact, Mr. Chair, if I may share, to solve the chicken and egg situation, meron hong mga nag-apply, pero hindi naman ho gumagalaw. So, how can we achieve critical mass kung nag-apply sila but they're not submitting their requirements? So, ang naging strategy po namin, we issued them show cause orders. If you do not complete or finish the construction within X number of days, we will revoke your authority and give it to someone else who is interested. So, that should push them, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I know. But the problem is, meron nga yung lugar, pero may mga kakompetensya sila. Di ba? Yun nga yung reklamo nila palagi na nandito sa akin eh. Yung existence ng numerous PETCs in the area because the rationale behind the PMVIC is that it is a complete system to assure the roadworthiness of a vehicle, including compliance to the Clean Air Act. Hindi ba tama ganun?
Tama po, Mr. Chair. That's why the proposed delineation seeks to solve that situation.
You're coming up with a delineation function.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Dermalog, a while ago, you stated that you mentioned a four-party agreement in your answers.
Yes po.
Yes. May I know who are the four parties to that agreement?
As far as I know, it was the Land Transportation Office, the Department of Treasury.
Department of Treasury.
The Bureau of Treasury.
Bureau
Sorry. Bureau of Treasury, the provider of the platform or Dynamics, and DBM. But I'm not 100% sure. Please, at least these three, I'm sure. I don't know the fourth one.
So let's repeat: Dermalog, Paynamics.
No, not Dermalog.
You are not
We
included
are not
in
included
this.
in this. We have
So
nothing
it's
to
only
do.
Paynamics, LTO, DOTR,
BTR.
DBM,
BTR.
and the Bureau of Treasury. May I know who has the copy of this contract or this agreement?
We have a copy, Your Honor.
Can you please provide this
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
this committee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next question. How much does Paynamic? Around 60 to 80. Tama?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, may I ask the ICT, how much would such e-payment cost in the estimation of the ICT?
Normally, let's say GCash, Maya, banks, normally, Mr. Chair, around 10, 12, or 15 pesos, Mr. Chair. That's the cost of the payment.
According to my information, it's maximum of 15 pesos. Tumama dun sa sinabi mo, 12 to 15. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, the result would be a 45 to 60 pesos margin. The question is, how is Paynamics remitting the payments made through them, through the platform? Can anybody answer that question? How is Paynamics remitting the payments made through their platform?
Your Honor, that's something we're discussing with Paynamics. We have requested a meeting with them because our concern is not just the payment of the taxes, but we have reports that they are not remitting the right taxes at all by not issuing official receipts to the end users.
Kaya nga ako nagtatanong. That is why I'm asking that question. Dahil hindi ko matanggap na ginagamit nila ang sistema ng gobyerno to earn money and they do not pay taxes. Diba? And that is precisely why I've been asking doon sa motorcycle taxi yung taxes being paid by those participants sa pilot project. Kasi they have been earning money because of these projects, but we do not know whether they are paying taxes or not. Napakarami dito sa DOTR yung nangyayaring ganun eh. Di ba? So can you please find out?
We will submit a report, Your Honor.
Yes, kasi I will ask the COMSEC to invite kung sino man yung may-ari ng Paynamics in the next hearing. Baka yung hearing na yun yung opening ng inquiry in aid of legislation dito sa LTMS.
If I may. Just wanted to find out kung yung Paynamics meron ba siyang ka-joint venture?
Your chairman, from what I recall, para po wala. Yung system.
Solo siya?
Yes, Your
Are you sure?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. Pero from what I recall, wala po ako nakitang joint venture.
Dermalog, meron kayo alam na ka-joint venture ang Paynamics?
If your honor, please, if your chairman, please. From what I recall, Paynamics is just the payment platform, but the funds go to Land Bank.
So, hindi niyo alam kung meron ka joint venture ang Paynamics?
I think the best document would be the contract, but
I will be asking for the contract as well, so we will be finding out.
I remember, as far as I can remember, Your Honor, wala silang kasama.
Is Voltaire Encarnado your representative sa joint venture nyo? Still in Dermalog? Yes or no?
He was, but he recently resigned, Your Honor.
Oh, he was with your company, Dermalog.
He was the joint venture representative.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So, is he the chairman of the Goldgate Technology Solutions?
I am not aware.
You're not aware?
Mr.
but he was a former part of the Dermalog. Am I correct? Yes or no?
As I
You just answered.
he was joint
Yes, he
venture
was.
representative. That's all.
So, Mr. Chairman, we'll be asking ang Security and Exchange Commission also to furnish us the documents pertaining to the Paynamics and also the Goldgate Technology Solution Incorporated, wherein we wanted to find out the agreement between the two, no, pertaining to the e-payment system that are being used by the Dermalog and our government agencies, no? Kasi kung meron silang connection, Mr. Chairman, aba, may kumikita dito na ginagamit ng ating sistema. At bilyong-bilyong piso ito. Yeah. And we will be inviting Mr. Chairman yung SEC as well, no? Yun lamang po. Thank you so much.
Please take note of the people requested by the Honorable Dan Fernandez to be invited at the next hearing. Yung SEC at saka Paynamics.
Paynamics saka Goldgate Technology Solutions Incorporated.
Yeah, yun din sana ang huling tanong ko eh. Have they ever heard of or does Goldgate ring a bell?
It ring a bell?
Yeah. Doon sa kontrata nyo sa Paynamics, sino na po yung nakapirma? LTO at Paynamics lang?
Apat po, if I recall right, Mr. Chair, apat po yan. LTO, Paynamics, Land Bank, at Treasury. At tatlong po, wala po Treasury. Land Bank, Paynamics, at saka LTO po.
Yeah, alam ko may bangko eh.
Opo, Land Bank.
So,
UCPB pala, Mr. Chair, hindi.
UCPB.
Opo.
Basta alam ko bangko yung pangatlo.
Opo.
Okay. Any other Honorable Espares? Do you have any? Man?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's already 3 o'clock. May I move to suspend or to adjourn this hearing? I move to suspend this hearing.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none. The hearing is suspended. Marami pong salamat sa inyo.
Speaker, may move
Yes,
that we
the
dispense
Honorable
with
Plato
the,
is recognized.
may move that we dispense with the rule.
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Next part is the acknowledgement of members and guests. The chair acknowledged the presence of the Honorable Alfelito Alfel Bascog, representing the First District, Province of Agusan del Sur,